It is on. Thank you.
Yep.
Excellent.
I'm quickly eating my dinner, so I'll be muted.
That's fine. I'm still sipping on a matcha green tea latte that my lovely wife made for me. So, okay. So welcome back to the game, gentlemen. So if you remember last time, you're off to visit Angajuk or Angayuk, perhaps, and Spermwell didn't really like you and wanted you to do a quest for her. And she said that the great white worm, Ayaventura, is patrolling along the coast because some of her treasure hoard is apparently stored on the Dark Duchess boat. You went there, you had a nice battle with an ice troll, which almost went down to the wire, but you managed to do it. Not helped in any small part by some of the cold resistance some of the party have. And that's where we left it off. You defeated the troll, and you find yourself with no visible entities on the deck of the Dark Duchess. So, as yet unnamed party. You guys need to come up with a party name at some point. What do you wish to do?
Are you guys okay?
I'm fine.
It was a close one.
Shrubby, how are you?
I'm okay, just a little cold.
Okay, we'll fix that shortly.
I think Snuggles is doing worse than me.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, I'll fix him. I'll jump down. Oh, where did my character sheet go? I probably got refreshed. Okay. Do I need to make like an acrobatics or anything for jumping down? Or I can just walk around if it's easier.
But you can jump down easily enough if you want to get down into the hold, which should be fine. There's also, it's not obvious on the map because of the way a ship's laid out, but there's a door there that you can enter this bit under the deck, and there's a door down here. In fact, I think what I'll do, I'll drag you over to that side so it's a bit obvious, more obvious. So let's say in time you'll drag yourselves up onto the... Yeah, it's odd, but this is a better view. And Snuggles will just put there. Not sure if you can see it, but there's a door there and a door there. And of course you could just go straight down into the hold as well if you'd like.
I'm not sure this is the map for the hull. That's
you want to go
the
down
lower deck.
You want to go down into the hold?
If everyone goes down, sorry, jumping ahead. I was confused.
Yeah, okay, well, I can take you down into the hold. I'll say you'll lower yourself down there eventually.
Yeah, I would follow you down.
Stax would stay up here just to quickly check out these two doors first, I think.
Okay. Well, I mean, so the rest of you see there's a big, huge pile of treasure here. It is covered in ice, though. There's a thick layer of ice on it. So it's not just lying, there's a thick layer of ice on it. And there's a door here and a door here. But we'll jump back to Stax for a sec. So Stax, which door do you want to check out?
First this one. That's the one she was standing up last time.
Okay.
And she'll just open it.
Okay, I like to see brave adventurers opening doors. Yep.
So, 4 more doors.
Mm-hmm.
I'll quickly do a checkup on all 4 of them for traps.
Okay, make an investigation check. Natural 2 is not the best way to start the game. Yeah, you listen, you don't hear anything. I'll say you go around all the doors and...
Then I'll first check the left door. That's probably the biggest one. Biggest room.
Okay, so inside of this room, it's a narrow cavern. It has shelves and containers are scattered on the floor on piles of dirty bandages. Small clusters of dried leaves have frozen to the floor in places. A disheveled, frost-covered bed is tucked into an alcove under a wooden staircase.
Do I see any chest or stuff where belongings were stored?
You're making an investigation check. There's nothing obvious around, but you can have a look around.
Can I assist him?
Not from there, you can't.
I mean, I would follow him. I don't know where he went.
Sure.
I was fixing Snuggles, yeah.
Okay, so we'll drag Theodore up there with stacks. Well, a 23 is enough, so even without the advantage. And what you find under the bed is this.
Okay. Well, I'll quickly pocket those and then move on to the first door on the right.
Okay. Oops.
I'll just keep assisting him if possible.
Sure. So inside of this room is a frost-covered bed is shoved into one corner under a wooden staircase. Pretty much like the other one. The other one had a lot of the leaves and dirty bandages and stuff, but this appears just to be a sleeping quarter. Gonna check it
I'll
out.
check under the bed.
Sure, make an investigation check with advantage. You'll search the rest of the room. Nothing strikes your eye. It just seems to be seemingly abandoned a long time ago.
Okay, then the upper cabin on the right side.
While we're searching cabins, I'll pay attention to the ship itself. Where if we burn it, I'll try to figure out how to do it with the least effort.
Okay. Well, this is the type of thing Theodore would know anyway. It will take some effort to get the ship alight. It is possible because it's a little damp. That's the advantage of having a ship. You think probably working consistently for an hour with oil or something like that, you could get the ship alit in an hour.
Or 10 minutes if we use honey meat as fuel. And then running for 2 hours before Garrosh gets us.
Well, guys, I do have 5 bottles of oil to set it alight.
Perfect.
Can Theodore just make me a Tinker Tools check, please? Yes, as I said, you do know, most people would know that ships are hard to alight because they're generally damp. You do know that it would release a hell of a lot of smoke, though. Regardless, in this room here, over here, so as you open the door, there's a little light breeze emerges from this room, and pieces of parchment and paper flutter on the floor, and a large detailed map of what you recognize as the Sword Coast lies up against this wall. And you know the breeze is coming through a slight gap here in the side of the ship.
I will pocket the map
Mm-hmm.
and I'll check for the notes, the papers, if there's anything interesting written on it, on what happened to the ship or just anything that would be of interest.
Okay. Make an investigation check, once again with advantage. all the papers have either gotten so moldy or so destroyed from the frost you can't really work out heads or tails of it. It's just too ineligible. What you do find, though, is there a set of navigator tools there.
Okay.
Navigator tools.
Awesome. And then finally, this small cabin.
Okay. So the foremost cabin holds 2 rime-covered barrels, lying next to which is a rat that has obviously perished from the cold. Mooring ropes and fishing nets hang from hooks along the back wall.
Can I see what's inside the barrels?
You go to grab the barrels and they're frosted on tight.
Can we use some of the tools to pry them open?
Which tools do you want to use?
I've got a crowbar.
Yeah, me too. So we got 2.
Okay, get into the crowbar right under the thing and getting it off. It's easy enough to do with a crowbar once you have the leverage. And the first barrel contains a hooded lantern, 3 flasks of oil, 5 bars of lime soap, 3 sets of manacles, and the second one holds a bunch of torches.
Well, those could come in handy.
Should I just put everything in the backpack?
Yeah, if you could just throw everything in the bag of holding, we'll sort it out later, and well, probably we'll use the torches and oil rather soon.
Just pause for a second. Garrosh and Stello, can you make me a perception check, please?
Yeah. Let's see.
You do hear some type of sound coming from the back of the cabin here. Like almost if something had been knocked over in there. And then you listen a bit closer. Silence again. But something was knocked over in here.
Garrosh, I think there's something moving in behind. Is it to the north or to the south?
South.
South. Behind the door to the south there.
Let's investigate.
Indeed.
Can I have a peek inside the door? Is it unlocked?
There appears to be no obvious locking mechanism on it. Oh, sure, and I'll open the door for you.
Yeah.
So you're doing it stealthily, or you just opening
I'm
it?
doing it stealthily. I'm trying to do stealthy. So I roll, I guess.
Oh yeah, that would be good. And
I get disadvantage, right? Because I have a heavy...
That's true. 12.
Bad.
Just 1 second. I'm going to change the server to... Oh, it was already on Europe. Okay, good. Okay, so 12. Okay. So you slowly open the door, which I will open for you. Okay, you look inside. You see a bunch of barrels. I guess both Garrosh, so nothing jumps out at you and tries to cut your head off or anything. But I need both. I assume you're looking closely, so Garrosh and Stello. Perception check, please. Stello, nothing back here. Garrosh, though, you're looking a little bit closer, and you see some very small creatures hiding behind these barrels. Like small in the same way that a halfling is small. Halfling-sized creatures, and you see like the thick furs on their back just peeks out from behind the barrel, then comes back again. There's obviously something hiding back there, and you're not sure how many, but there's at least 2.
Stella, there could be some kobolds.
Oh, kobolds.
I'm sure kobolds.
Should we try calling out to the little guys and see if we can keep them from attacking?
You're literally standing in front of the door, having a conversation. You just leave us alone! Go away! We're fine!
Who are we speaking to?
You see emerge from back there 4 kobolds.
I knew it.
Says, look, my name is Grash, and you need to leave us alone. And it closes the door. Go away!
Seriously.
Oh, I suppose. Do you think they might be servants, slaves to the dragon?
If you were a dragon, would you keep some unrelated random kobolds around in your treasure?
Iron Adventure is going to eat you!
Oh, that explains it.
You're gonna be a tasty snack!
Should we whisper to Garrett? Should we get him out? I mean, we're about to set this place on fire. I mean,
Make a don't know what a whisper check would be.
stealth.
Stealth would be the closest, I guess. You can choose actually stealth or sleight of hand. One of the 2.
Both are the same. So
Okay. She's gonna eat you. She's gonna eat you.
Let's just leave these little creatures alone then, and then we'll find out what we are going to do with the others.
Okay, so we'll flip back up to the other level of the boat. Theodore and Stax. There's still a door at the back here you haven't investigated.
Okay, we'll go over.
Okay.
Sorry, eating.
You're just going to open the door, Theodore and or Stax?
Probably check it for traps.
Sure. Investigation check.
I'll give him guidance if he's checking for traps.
Sure. Okay. In your opinion, Stax, there is no traps here.
Then I'll open the door.
Doesn't he have advantage as well? Because I'm assisting him.
That's true. Yep. You can roll again. Yeah. Theodore says, hey, check that over there. And once again, nothing is obviously trapped.
Suspense.
You open the door. And the first thing that strikes you about this cabin is these ones at the top appear to be quite ransacked, like thoroughly searched. This one doesn't appear to be as nearly as ransacked or investigated or even damaged. And this aft section is taken up by one spacious cavern. Frost covers every surface and furnishing. A human corpse is slumped up against the port side wall, its left arm draped across a heavy chest that's tucked in an alcove under a staircase. The skeleton wears a jacket and a wine-bred hat that hides most of its skull. Under its right arm is a captain's journal, and the floor is strewn with empty wine bottles.
Well, I'll first grab the journal. And is the chest locked?
Well, two things you notice about the chest. Once it's frozen shut. There is a padlock on it that's obviously holding it shut, but it's just covered in ice, and you need to remove the ice, which is not a trivial task. You could do it, but it's not like just hack at it for a second or two. There's quite a thick layer of ice on it.
Okay.
And you're checking out the journal.
Yep. And I'd also like to check the captain's body for a key for the lock.
Okay.
While he's doing all that, I'll be casting Detect Magic as a ritual.
Sure. Okay. Okay. The journal, it contains the exploits of the Dark Duchess, which is seemingly the name of the ship. It says little about who this captain might be, but glancing through some of the things might jog your memory. So can I have the two of you make me a history check, please? Does it ring a bell for you, Stax? Does it ring a bell for you either, Theodore? Something grabs your attention, but it goes. So all of it is like ports of call, things that they're doing. Appears to be like a merchant ship. Not much else. So details a lot of those type of things. But the last entry does strike you, Stax. That's what the last entry of the journal says.
Yeah, that's expected.
Yeah,
Poor
maybe
man.
we should show the journal to the others. Maybe they can make something of it that we didn't notice. But
I suggest we show it to them later.
Mm.
Let's first get to them and get a plan of action.
You do find, as you did say, you're searching the captain. You do find it's a key that's fashioned in the form of a rat's skull. And it looks approximately about the right type of shape with a padlock that's on the chest. But once again, it's under this thick layer of ice. And your detect magic, just inside of the chest, there's a slight opening on the chest, and just peeking through, you see a faint aura of magic. And I think it gives you a transmutation magic. I always get confused about the schools of magic, sorry.
I'll ask Stax to check for traps, and in the meantime, I'll use my tinkering abilities to create a lighter, and I'll use the lighter to melt the ice around the edges of the chest, just to make it easier to open it.
Sure. Impossible to check for traps. I mean, it's covered in ice. You need to remove the ice first. And I take it back. It's a conjuration magic that you see just peeking through the side there.
Okay.
Okay, so you're gonna... How were you removing the ice, sorry? You're doing what?
I can make a lighter, so I would make some fire and melt the ice off of it, especially from the part that where the cover meets the rest of the chest, so it's easier to open.
Sure. You go about doing that. It's going to take... You just scrape the ice off manually. It would take about 10 minutes, but with your frosty thing... with your fire thing, so it take about 5 minutes. So if you're going to take 5 minutes, that would be fine.
Sure. Okay.
While he's doing that, I'll quickly run downstairs to check with the rest and say to Theodore, I'll be right back, just checking up on the others downstairs.
Sure. I'll need a few minutes here anyway.
Okay, so while you're got your blowtorch turned on it, We're going to have Theodore. You're going to jump back downstairs. Oh, no, sorry. Stax is going to jump back downstairs. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go.
That's correct.
Yep. And you see Garrosh and Stello in conversation.
Hey, Stax. Situation here behind the door. Small little kobolds. Not sure if they're here willingly or... Are you guys there willingly or by the will of Arve Tirace?
All I know is she's going to eat you.
We are going to be eaten, he says.
She's gonna eat you. She's gonna eat you.
Fairly joyful about it. It does appear they're in league with each other. Not like the servitude, not a ooh, please help us, the dragon scares us. No, it's like it's
I wouldn't care about them. They'll realize soon enough what they need to do. Let's check the other side.
But have we seen what's inside that room? Anything interesting?
What did you see? I'm sorry.
They also might prevent us, and the last part I'm gonna say telepathically, from burning the ship down.
That is true. They could. Yes. Well,
we're gonna burn them alive, which is also a bit rough.
Yeah, that's pretty extreme. We could evict them, but I don't think they would go willingly.
Killing them is a bit much, but I am a bit done with kobolds, to be honest.
Same. Should we look around more and see what we could find?
Yeah, sorry, quick update. Upstairs, a few small things. We also found the captain's journal, which told us that the captain killed, or the dragon killed the captain. It was not very much of a fun story, and Theodore is just defrosting part of a chest to make sure we can get something out of it. And holy smokes, that's a big pile of treasure.
Once again, covered in a very thick layer of ice.
So the kobolds there. Have we checked this door yet?
No.
Let's have a look.
Okay.
You want to go first?
A quick question, Malcolm.
Yeah.
I believe last time you said that the troll was trying to get into some doors.
This door.
That was the door with the kobolds. Okay.
Yep. Okay, so you're checking out that door to the north?
Yeah.
Okay.
Checking it for traps.
Okay. Investigation? No obvious
18.
traps?
Then I'll open the door.
Okay. Oops. Lighting's being weird for me, just a sec. There we go. So inside of this room, it appears to be a galley of some sort, but the cabin has been thoroughly ransacked. Dishes are strewn across the floor, and a galley table lies in the middle of the room and has pots and ladles hanging above it. Tied to a low cupboard against the starboard wall is a thin goat. It lifts its head and bleats at you, shuffling towards you until its throat grows taut, stopping at its advance. It was very, very thin.
I know, we have to save the goat.
Save the goat or eat the goat? There's not much on there, though.
He might know something. Let me just give me a couple of few minutes.
Okay. Oh yeah, you can talk to goats. That's the thing. Sometimes I forget about all this magic stuff.
That's a thing.
Stella's gonna ritual cast Speak with Animals. So
okay,
10 minutes. And,
while you're ritualing casting and the rest of you guys are just watching this go very thin once again, Theodore, you finally get the chest open. The chest defrosted, and there's a lock there which you also managed to get the ice out of. And I assume you've got the key. What do you do?
If Stax left it with me, yes.
I did. I would probably go back because you asked me to check it for traps. Though.
Yes,
Same
once
time
the
use
ice
one.
is off. I'll come get you once it's defrosted, because you wouldn't know when to come, I guess.
Yeah.
No, true.
So I'll come get Stax, and I'll leave the bag of holding here and tell Snuggles to start filling it up with gold. And then I'll return with Stacks to the chest.
Snuggles cannot fill it up with gold. There's a very thick layer of ice on there.
Oh, over there as well.
Yep.
I
Completely
will.
covered this one. No way
I'll
you can
give
even
him
get Yep.
I'll give him a couple of torches and tell him to melt the ice away while we're doing other stuff.
Okay, Snuggles starts melting the ice. It's going to take a while, but that happens. And Stacks, you jump back up to the upper level.
Yeah.
You're going to check it for traps.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Investigation.
And Theodore, you helping?
Yeah, definitely. With guidance as well.
15.
Doesn't appear to be trapped.
Then I'll open the chest.
Okay,
If the key works.
The key does work.
Before he opens it, I'll give him resistance just in case anything blows up.
Sure. So it doesn't blow up, and one side the chest is got a wooden partition straight down the center of it that divides it into two halves. As one side is empty, except for about a dozen wine-stained corks, and the other side contains this amount of treasure and a grey bag that is still pinging with the conjuration magic.
Is it the same as the other bag that we've got? Or approximately?
What's the other bag you have, sorry?
The bag that summons beast out of it. The I believe Stella has
bag
it.
of tricks.
Yeah.
Bag of tricks, yeah.
Does
Yeah,
look
the
similar
grey
to
one.
that. Yep, looks
Sorry, you
fairly
said?
similar. It looks fairly similar
Close.
to that one.
Ooh, fun. Okay, well, Theodore, let's pack it up and let's go downstairs again and hope that this time treasure isn't cursed.
Okay, I'll quickly go through the rooms we already searched just to see if detect magic pings in any of the rooms as well, because I didn't have it on before.
No, it does not.
Okay, I guess we'll join the others, and while the others are trying to melt the ice of the gold, I'll identify the bag with the ritual of identify.
Sure. It is indeed rather strange it have the same magic item, but it's the grey bag of tricks once again. Identical in operation to the previous one.
Cool.
Okay, one
That
other
cannon
thing
fodder we
you
can send out.
one other thing you do notice is this huge mound of treasure. There is some magic emanating from it. So I just lost my page. Just a sec. Yeah, it's deep underneath, but still through some of the clinks and stuff. There's a whole. There's many different types of magical auras coming off it. So not on the top, but deep inside this icy mound of treasure Okay, so Snuggles, are you guys helping Snuggles as well, or just Snuggles just going at it with the torches that Theodore
Guys,
did?
I think we should quickly get up with the plan because we have to get a plan for when our big friend arrives. And
Could I? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
well, my plan is that these bags of tricks, I believe they can create 3 beasts each day. And that does mean that we can create 6 pairs of distraction. 6 distractions
Indeed.
when the dragons is here. I'm quickly looking through the item description. So you can command it as a bonus action, and the creature vanishes at the next dawn. So those creatures are here to stay until the next dawn, and, well, 6 creatures could be fun and quite helpful. Also, what are we gonna do with the kobolds? And I'm quickly gonna tell Theodore about the kobolds.
We could leave the door open, but no, that would they would just stamp out the fire, perhaps. Or are they even able to if we use the oil?
Sure.
Would I be able to make a bomb out of the oil and the stuff that's there, instead of burning the ship? Just blow it up.
With a successful tinkering check, yes. Definitely try.
Okay, I'll give myself guidance and I'll try that.
Okay, it's going to take a while, regardless. So Theodore, you're looking to fashion it into a bomb. Snuggles is continuing to burn away the ice. So while Theodore does that, Stax and Stello, what are you doing?
I guess 10 minutes have passed. Let's see what this little horned bearded guy has to say. Hey, Mr. Goatee. How did you end up here?
I'm so hungry. Give me some food.
Sure. I'm gonna cast Goodberry with rank 1 and just hand him, say, 3 good berries. 1 should be enough for an entire day, so it should be quite a meal.
How many do you, does it conjure?
It conjures 10 good berries.
Okay,
Each heals 1 HP and nourishes a person for an entire day.
Okay, it kind of lurches you at the last minute and tries to grab all of the good berries from your hand. And you need to beat its dexterity check, and it rolled an 11, which is not bad for a goat. So unless you can beat an 11, I do let you do it at acrobat. Oh! So the goat just grabs all 10 good berries from your hand.
Oh, that's gonna give you constipations, little man.
And the goat burps a little bit and then burps again. That's much better. Can you cut this rope now?
Of course. Let me see. I'm gonna grab my knife and cut its rope. And meanwhile, I'm gonna ask him. So, how did you end up here? Dragon they get you?
It's ignoring you. It's trying to.
Goatee.
Gone up the stairs to the upper level.
Well, I guess we saved something from death today.
You're not going after it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's up to you.
I'm just gonna let him go.
Okay. Okay, so Stello, what were you doing while all of this was happening? And Stax for that.
Oh no, Sticks.
Oh, sorry, that was Stello. Yeah, Garrosh and Stax.
I would suggest to Garrosh and think you can help get your pickaxe and try to get as much treasure as possible, and then I can maybe get a lookout.
Should we maybe check out the last door behind the goat? There is a door as well.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah. Sorry, that's a good thing. I completely overlooked it. And I'll walk over and open the door.
That's the spirit. All right. This room.
It's trapped and we all die, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Definitely.
well, the first thing you noticed that there was a key jammed in the lock of this door, but you just give the key a twist and it opens. And this cabin is empty except for a smashed wooden crate lying on the frost-covered floor.
Nothing remnant of what was inside the crate? What I can tell?
Make an investigation check. Oh, yeah, well, you don't even need advantage. You notice some of the planks display parts of a painted symbol. Like there was something on the crate. I'm going to say with a natural 20, you instantly get an eye for it. And you start to reassemble the symbol by putting the planks back together properly. Now the image on the crates is a circle. Contained within is the face of a drow who wears an eye patch and a purple wide-brimmed hat accented with a colourful feather plume. And there's also an... Does anybody know who this is?
Don't know, but it sounds like a pirate.
Bainra something? Perhaps?
It's chief of mercenary band.
There's also an Elvish script around, which obviously you can read. Dax, and that's what it says.
Jarlaxle.
Yes, that's right. A famous character who hangs out in Waterdeep a lot.
One-eyed Jacks. Could be family with that kind of name. But I'm afraid that the rum is all gone.
Yeah,
sorry,
definitely
Garrosh.
all gone. But yeah, I think they leave a lot of these things here as a little Easter eggs. Like that's a callback to if you played Waterdeep Dragon Heist, you'd be familiar with that. And we had that Easter egg for Drizzt. I always get confused how to say that name, but there was him there as well. Okay, so you gather, you check things out, you all work together, and first of all, Stello. We'll say Stello. Can you roll me a d10, please? And you do not want to roll a 1 or a 2. So roll me a d10. Okay. So you get the first layer of ice off this treasure. And you manage to pick at it and get a whole bunch of stuff off there. And you find this after an hour of digging through. There is still a lot more treasure under there though, but it'll take you at least another hour to reveal the next layer of treasure.
Do you want me to, after we get everything, put the gold and everything into the holding to the party?
Yeah.
So we don't calculate every stash separately.
Yeah,
True.
let's just chuck it all in there.
We can divide it up at the end. I've written down most of it.
Yeah, this is the current contents of the bag of holding. The part that I'm holding for you, I have it separate. But I'll just divide everything we get into 4 parts and add it to this.
Or you can just... This is a lot of gold to spend personally, so we can also just make a group pot, and we're gonna have some common expenses that we can just take out of that one first.
Okay, I'll add a line that says common stash or something, and I'll put everything we get today into that one.
Yeah, and if that one becomes too big, then we can just separate. Saves
Okay.
you a lot of adding and dividing.
No worries.
So you continue to hack through more layers of treasure?
Well, I think we're first gonna release... I'm gonna suggest the rest. Shall I just release 6 beasts on top of the deck, and then keep a lookout there?
We might.
The moment we see the dragon, I can scatter them, and we probably have a good distraction.
Yeah, good idea. We've been here for a long time. The dragon could come any second.
Is anyone okay with that plan?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
So roll me a
That case-
d8 then, Stacks. I'm just going to make them all the same. So roll me a d8 and you'll get... Actually, roll it twice for each bag.
Um, can I roll for 6 times, just for fun?
So giant elks and direwolf. I'll see how easy it is.
So we got 3 of each.
The dire wolves eat the elks.
You can use
They should heed our commands.
each bag. You can use 3 times. So
Want me to use them now, or should I save it for dragon ambush?
no, I pulled them out straight away and dropped them on the deck.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I said I would do. And then I'd take post on the deck, and these 6 beasts would just be lying around me.
There's a
being
giant
bored.
elk and... What was the other one? A direwolf, was it?
And direwolf. And I wanted to... You can use each bag 3 times a day.
I think you can use it up to 3 times.
Yeah, but we want to use it 3 times, so we have as many animals there as possible if the dragon comes. So we don't put them out afterwards.
Want me to use the bag as well now?
Yeah,
I got
once
one
3
as well.
fuzzy objects have been pulled from the bag can't be used again until the next dawn.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was 3 times total. Okay, that's fine.
So yeah.
So these creatures are friendly towards you, but elks and dire wolves don't get along. You're well aware of that. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna put the dire wolves and order them to sit on the front deck, and the elks I'm gonna order them to sit on the back deck. There's a proper name for that, but I don't know it.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a good idea, but you need to make me an animal handling check to get these friendly creatures who are friendly to you but natural enemies to each other to comply. That's going to need an animal handling check.
Should be able to command it, but okay. 17.
Let me... Well, friendly is different to commanding, though.
The creature is friendly to you and your companions, and it acts on your turn. You can use a bonus action to command how the creature moves and what actions it takes on its next turn, or to give a general orders.
Okay, fair enough. Yep, so even without the animal handling check, it's good. You see the dire wolf. The goat's still up there, and one of the dire wolf is eyeing the goat hungrily. Do you tell it to leave the goat alone, or what do you do?
I tell the wolf to sit, and then I'm gonna quickly ask Stella, the goat an asshole and cannot feed it to the wolves.
I mean, that's how life works. You are either the hunter or the prey. So I wouldn't be cross with you if you see your little doggy go for a hunt.
I'm gonna tell the dire wolves, bon appetit.
Okay. This one instantly grabs the goat, picks it up in its throat and snaps the goat neck, and rather nicely brings it to the front of the ship, where the dire wolves just have a feast of goat. And this goat, who had dreams, thought that life was good, it got fed, it got released, couldn't get off the deck, which was its problem, and now it's food. And what exactly you just telling
at this point,
these?
Stella is just hearing screams of help, murder.
I hope Speak with Animals has ended by now.
Oh yeah. You do hear the screams of the goat. No, don't do that. That's it.
I'm so sorry.
Shouldn't be too greedy with the good berries.
As it dies with a full stomach, an overly full stomach. So you're basic telling these creatures just to, you're it seems you want to use them as sacrificial lambs almost, but also just to keep an eye out for, say, a huge dragon approaching or anything.
Yeah.
So
I'm just gonna take post in top of the deck, just keep an eye out, and at the same time I tell them to keep an eye out as well, and if they respond or react scared for some reason or another, I hope that gives me an advantage to quickly detecting it.
Okay, so they are... Okay, got it. And I'm assuming you're going to continue burning through the second layer of ice. And you do get through there. And there is this on the second layer. And that archer is obviously the Scrimshaw figurine. Looks fine. It's it's obviously magical.
If we're continuing to melt the ice, I'll identify the magical item in the meantime.
So you check it out, and it's your identify magic reveals that the figurine functions like a spell scroll of remove curse. But much like a spell scroll, once you've used the remove curse, it's gone. So that little magical script is like a spell scroll on this figurine. So in other words, you've got a scroll of remove curse.
Interesting object.
I'm sorry, I'm not that talkative. I'm just organizing inventory. But I guess I'll add the scroll to the other items in the bag of holding for when we need it. But hopefully we don't. Well,
hopefully not. So how many layers of the treasure hoard remains? We've gone through 2.
You've got through about half of it.
Ooh. Should we start boiling up the ship?
I mean, while the ice is being melted, I'll try to finish making the bomb.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
Make me a Tinker Tools check.
I'll give myself guidance.
But of course,
I'd assist if I knew anything about bombs.
this is purely Theodore. No one can assist with this.
If it's a low roll, I'll use my inspiration to redo it. And guidance, sorry. Okay.
Nice.
With a 27, you do fashion. What are you using the supplies you found at the?
All the oil. We found like 5 flasks of oil, and I had 4 already in the bag of holding.
And I've got 5 as well.
Oh, that's a lot of oil. Yeah, sure. I will probably put it in a barrel because it needs to be in a container. I'll fashion. What's it called? The rope that burned. A fuse, yes, a fuse. A long fuse, I guess.
I'm going to say with a 27, you do get a fuse on it, and you can choose like up to 10 minutes. You could set it for a 10-minute timer, which will give you enough time. Plenty of time once you light it to get the hell out of it. Where do you place the bomb, just in case it becomes relevant?
I guess the should place at the bottom, so it makes a hole in the bottom and hopefully sinks. I don't know. Could I make an intelligence check to see what the weakest spot of the ship is?
You know that
or under the main beam or somewhere.
The ship is not going to sink. There's a thick layer of ice, and no matter what you do, the ship's not going to sink unless you start digging it out, which I assume you're not going to do.
No.
Probably. Oh yeah, make an intelligence check. Yep, we'll do that first.
I'll reroll with the inspiration.
Sure. That's very un-Theodore-like. Yeah. You think that placing it, let's see, got a little barrel on
Theodore's never been on a ship.
No. A very small barrel there. So this barrel, you put it kind of right about here, just under the main cabins and stuff up. Oh, no, right here. Right here, inside this room. Not sure if you can see it, but there's a barrel right there. And a long fuse off it that you figure will give you about 10 minutes to get off.
And I'll fashion something that so we can jam the door so nobody goes in and diffuses it.
Okay. You know, you should really leave that treasure alone. She's coming back, you know. She's going to eat you. Best of you leave now.
At this point, I'm going to say to the direwolf, I think it's time to scare someone. And I'm going to tell my direwolves to jump down and to growl just in front of the door.
Okay. So they jump down. And you hear... Actually, make a intimidation check. Or let's see, with a direwolf. Roll a d20. No, that sounds really scary, but it's just going to be another meal for Iron Tuna. You're gonna be eaten. You're gonna be eaten.
You tried, Stax.
Shall we just let them eat him? I'm really done with this kobold.
Yes, I thought they were... well, we had some experience with them, and, well, it's not been the best of times.
Gonna eat you.
Is that a yes?
Oh, sure. They are prey. I do not. I will not object.
Garrosh, could you open the door for me?
Sure.
And if the door opens, I'm gonna tell the wolves to run in and eat the kobolds.
Okay, you go to open the door, and you get some resistance from it. Apparently the kobolds are trying to prevent you from opening the door. And they're going to make a strength check at advantage, because one of them is helping each other, and they roll a 14. So if you can beat a 14, you can force the door open.
Can it be athletics, right?
No, it's purely strength. This is purely
Okay.
pulling against each other. You have to drive
Dad
to the
is-
dad.
The wolves are holding it back. I can't open it.
Do you want a giant wolf to help you?
I'll try to destroy the door. I can do that.
Okay.
Destroy the door?
Can I attack the door?
You certainly can. So make an attack roll.
I'll give him guidance.
Okay. Won't help with an attack roll, unfortunately.
With attack, no, but yeah,
Yes.
I thought it was another ability check. Sorry.
No, just purely attacking.
I'm trying
Okay,
to
so-
smash the door down with my.
Just checking the
greatsword.
door, sir. Oh, the door just shatters. No problem. It had an AC of 20 and 5 hit points, so you're good. So the door once again shatters open. The two kobolds. Go! And we're gonna have to do one of these now. I can roll in the wolves for you. And anybody else that wants to roll in. Actually, everybody roll in, because why not? Roll in the kobolds.
They are not getting eaten willingly.
I don't have a kobold battle, but we'll just pretend it was the ice troll. Nothing else for the dramatic music. Okay, so Garrosh, you take your mighty great axe and just smash through here. No damage done. No one will get a surprise as the thing goes open. Everybody knows what was about to go down. But Stax, you get a... do you see them? Where is Stax?
Well, I'm still on the deck, but I hope I hear it.
Oh, you're still on the deck. Okay, you do hear the shattering. Yep. What do you do?
I'm gonna jump down.
Okay. So you can... you need to make me an athletics or an acrobatics check, though, to jump down below. Oops.
So roll a 10.
Oh, I don't see it on the thing there. But that's 10's enough. Yep, so you jump down to the hold. So that would put you about here, just next to Shrubby.
Then I'm quickly gonna move next to this mast in the center and try to hide behind it and shoot one of the kobolds.
Okay. So make me a stealth check. Just tell me what you roll, because I got one of those red messages on my screen. Connection to the server has been interrupted. So what's your stealth?
26.
26. Okay, sure. So I'm going to say you jump down and land deftly on your feet and just tuck behind the mast there. Yeah, and take a shot.
19 to hit, 15 damage.
Okay, the one of the kobolds. And let me see exactly which one Stax would have seen here. One of the kobolds that was opening the door, the arrow just sinks deep into its neck and goes down. Okay, I've lost my red thing now, so that's good. Okay, so yes, next. Fuck! Falls to the ground. Kobold, rather miraculously, gets the jump on you guys. Just takes a stick over here and says, "You're just gonna make a good meal for." Ah! You killed him! You killed him! And it's not going to get pack tactics, but it is going to try and stab you, Garrosh, with its dagger. Take this! That was a 9. You're on to it! Stello.
I attack back. He did miss, right?
He rolled a 9.
Yeah, so I stab him back.
Okay.
As a
So this Stello. Stello, you're all the way. Oh, you. Yep.
So move it down and just run, you little shits. I'm gonna try to intimidate him to get him to, well, get out.
You're no match for me. And its head lowers and falls to the ground. What's going on? There's Garrosh and Stello. They're confused. I think that 6 stacks went. I think when the server went down, stacks went. Ice Bowl Kobold missed. Stello was next. So Stello, you just
move closer and try to intimidate, but with an 8, I doubt that that's gonna do much.
Okay, I think we got the order slightly confused here. So we'll say, no. Even Jordan is gonna get you. At which point, this kobold at the back, you gonna get us? And throws a dagger at Stello. With disadvantage because of the range, and it just clatters harmless along the desk. And now it is Garrosh's turn. And Garrosh, you're attacking this one? This one?
Yeah, now I'm thinking, now I'm having second thoughts because we are like good characters and these kobolds didn't attack us and we are like massacring them here. You realize that, guys? We are like slaughtering them. Well, those are kobolds and I hate kobolds, but I mean.
What are you doing? You can ask them.
Okay, whatever. I just double attack the first kobold. I attack the first kobold and then I'll attack the second kobold.
So take your previous roll of a 17. Oh yeah, fine. Either roll.
Goading attack with superiority die.
I haven't sure at all.
And the second one. I attack the second one.
So you're gonna swing into here? Okay. So second attack.
Critical.
Yeah, and criticals from half orcs are extra smashy.
Oh fuck.
So you would have to have moved into there. But yeah. Yeah. Those ones
Just
are
like
dead.
making them into a salami. You know,
Pretty
for
much.
the dire wolves. I mean,
Okay.
Whatever.
Now, how does it work with controlling these guys? It's a bonus action for stacks, is that right?
Yeah, and before the battle, I told them to kill the kobolds, hunt the kobolds, eat the kobolds. I think I said eat the kobolds specifically.
So this one swings into here. It's going to try and attack the kobold with its bite. And it rolls a 22, which is enough to hit. And 8 piercing, which... Don't! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! And the wolf brings up and starts thrashing this kobold around and throws it to the ground. And the kobold's backing up against the wall. It's still alive. It says, no, I give up! I yield! Theodore.
I'm just gonna concentrate on getting the magical items out of that pile, and I'll tell Snuggles to do the same.
I don't hear a thing.
Okay, the other direwolf rushes in. So due to the cramped conditions, it's going to attack the kobold, but at disadvantage. And it rolls a 13 at disadvantage. Which isn't enough to kill the kobold. No! Call off your wolves! Call off your wolves! No! And, let's see. Karosh, you're there. Are you planning to let this kobold live or die? Because it's going to try and do an insight check on you. Oh, no, other way around. Like, what's your intentions? Do you intend to kill it or let it go? Because it's trying to try and get a read on you.
I see. Well, I'm just standing there now because I just slashed like 3 kobolds.
Since you just slashed 3 kobolds, runs out. The wolves, still acting under their previous orders, are going to try and bite it. One misses. Miss. This bloody kobold is going to run.
It does have pack tactics, by the way, the wolves.
Okay, well still with pack tactics. It's an 8 and a 12, so nope.
Okay.
Terrible roll. You can get an attack of opportunity if you like, Karosh.
No, I'm letting him go. I just had enough. Like, lots of blood here, so I'm fine.
Okay. So it dashes up the stairs and out of sight.
Theodore will yell, he'll tell the dragon who killed everyone and blew up its ship, right?
Theodore, can you roll a d20 for me, please? Okay. Thank you.
Oh boy.
I hope it's a charisma check because it's with a -1.
So you're just letting the kobold go?
Well, if I hear Theodore say that, I'm like, that's sensible. I'm gonna run upstairs and shoot him.
Okay, you run upstairs, and you see on the side of the ship a kobold on the ground, dead. The one was for an athletics check to get off there, and he literally had 1 hit point left. So as he was getting off the boat, he fell to the ground and snapped his neck. Yeah, I'll put him over there.
I'm gonna walk back to top here and say to Theodore, that's not gonna be a problem. He broke his neck on the way down from the ship.
Yes, that was an athletics check, Theodore, and you did extremely well. It had 1 hit point left, broke its neck, and it's safe to get away. What a way to go.
That is one of the best natural ones ever.
Yes, poor that kobold. It had hopes and it had dreams, but in its haste, it broke its neck.
Well, I'm gonna call the wolves back up to the deck,
Sure.
and I think we're just gonna resume our business.
Okay.
Stax, you can search that room now.
Can someone else do it? I prefer to keep a lookout up here. If that's okay with you guys.
I can totally search it. Everything.
I'll aid Garrosh in searching.
Okay. Sure, make an investigation check at advantage, and I think there's going to be a guidance thrown in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so 20. Well, the floor of the cavern is icy, and lying on the sides are 2 empty open barrels. Hides and furries have been pushed into these barrels to create makeshift sleeping quarters. And 2 similar but upright barrels appear untouched, and it doesn't take a genius to realize this is where the Icewind kobolds were hanging out. And the upright barrels, you click it using a crowbar or something, you open it up, and inside is fresh water, frozen, but you can tell it's fresh, it's clean. And that's all you find. I mean, on the kobolds, they have between them 4 daggers and 4 javelins. Feel free to grab those, but apart from that, nothing much of interest.
I'll ask someone to put that into the bag of holding. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you, after another half hour, thanks to your fire ability, you do get through another layer of treasure. And I'll put the 3rd layer on there. This is a bit more interesting. You find that. And there's also a globe of some sort and a quiver that hasn't been damaged at all. It appears obvious that both the globe and the quiver are magical. Just imagine Stax's frostbitten ears just perking up a little bit. Quiver, you say?
Well, if you give me 10 minutes and take my place... are we continuing to melt the ice, or are we getting out of here? Because I think we're pushing our luck.
There's still... Well, we'll get to that in a second. Let's... Well, actually, let's get to that. Roll me a D20... a D10 stacks. You don't want a 1 or a 2. Roll me a D10.
Why am I the one?
We have to blame someone.
Not a 1 or a 2. Hey, Stax, you look up, and approaching, you see a rather large dragon.
Use your inspiration to reroll.
Not reroll on this one, unfortunately.
It was a pigeon.
Don't have inspiration anyway. Okay. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna order the elks to start running towards them, making as much noise as they can.
Okay. Now, well, let me just... So the dragon is approaching pretty quickly. So these massive wings just cutting through the air. It's going to be here in less than a minute. So you have preparations you want to do.
Okay,
now would be the time.
I want to.
I'm gonna say to the rest of the group, grab everything, light the fuse, start running. He's coming. And I'm gonna tell the dire wolves, when the dragon gets here, attack the dragon.
Okay. And then what are you doing?
And
are you getting the hell out of there, or?
I'm getting the hell out of there, and I believe the X-Beaks are close by, so I'm going to prepare them to ride off.
Okay.
Set them ready, just making sure that whenever the rest of the group gets there, they can hop on.
Mm-hmm. So Stax, we'll have you dash over here, just to the edge of the map where the things are. Stello.
I'm gonna cast Pass Without Trace, my last level 2 spell. And I'm not sure if it's gonna help, but it's something.
Okay.
And I'm gonna move with the others as fast as possible.
Theodore?
Not much to do. I'll just join the others on the X-Peak.
And Garrosh?
And I'll give myself guidance for the stealth check.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to be cool and like cut out a hole in the wall of the ship and like just leave. But okay, I guess I'll just stick to you guys since you have the stealthy out.
Yep.
Oh, and by the way, where did we put the bomb?
Right here.
Right, okay, I guess Theodore is going to light it. And I'm going to put a... no, I can't. Create bonfire is concentration, so I can't. I was thinking of... if I could just light the torch and throw it into the less icy part of the ship to the south, maybe, or
So
into this room. That's how I
you're
want.
both lighting the fuse. Oh, excuse me. You're both lighting the fuse and putting torches here?
Yeah.
Okay.
As we run off.
So everybody, if you're wanting to not draw attention to this elf, because the dragon is getting very close by now, make me a stealth check. Somebody had guidance as well. It'll be at +10, because it's anybody within 30 feet of Stello. So stealth checks, guidance if you have it, but +10. So Stello 20, Theodore 14, Garrosh 12, 28. Oh, so Theodore 18.
Yep.
So the worst roll was an 18, I believe, then. Yeah, 18. Oh, the dragon doesn't know you there. But let's see what his passive perception is like. It's probably not 18.
Oh, did it get distracted by the elks?
Yes, that is a good point. Okay. Its passive perception is quite high, but there is an elk there. So what I'll do, have it make a perception roll at disadvantage. Yeah, so the elks and the dire wolves are kind of obvious distraction, but it's still on the lookout. So we'll get it to roll. Its passive perception is actually 23. So let's get it to roll a perception check, but at disadvantage. It rolls a 17, which is just enough. It's without disadvantage, it would have rolled a 31 for its perception. But with disadvantage, it rolls a 17. It rolled a natural 4 on the dice. So I'm going to say you guys have managed to avoid the dragon. You jump on your axe beaks and keeping them under control and stealthing, and even the axe beaks. It's up to how many creatures can you get? Each creature you choose. So yeah, you can have the axe beaks being sneaky as well.
Indeed.
So you jump on your axe beaks and they sneak off and you all leave the ship. Without that buff, that would have been terrible. And yeah, you see the dragon. You guys aren't there, but the dragon crashes down on here, looks through the hollow, and it says,
It's first being attacked by wolves.
Yes, the wolves. The dragon just rips through them, no problem. And it goes through, and you hear angry growling from the inside. And just as and you see a huge cone of coal just erupt north of the ship. And you're saying, "Who has stolen my treasure?" And it starts thrashing around inside of the boats. Cracks start appearing on the side of it. But by this time, the dragon realizes that you're good 300-400 feet away. Then you pick up speed, and the axe beaks start dashing away. You notice in the back that all the wolves and the elk are either ripped in two by the dragon or frozen in place by its breath weapon. But, well done. You got most of the treasure out of the Dark Duchess.
Most of it? We're going back.
You hear an explosion.
There erupts, and you look back, and thanks to Theodore's bomb, the ship is number one, obviously on fire, and it will be destroyed. And you hear it's going to do a lot of damage to the dragon, but, it's a dragon. It's a dragon with 333 hit points, so it's not going to kill it. And you hear a roar and a scream. And you look back, and the dragon takes off from the boat. Its wings are just going nuts as it tries to escape the worst of this explosion. And if you remember, I'll show you it again, but remember there's a thing attached to its back. And I think you learned that it was a wizard who used to command it, but is since dead. Due to the explosion, the little tethers that hold off on it, the figure on its back actually falls to the ground into the snow. And you see the dragon trying to pick it up and reattach it to its back, but it's difficult in its current form. And I assume you guys just take off?
Yep. The dragon is actually trying to reattach the rider?
Yep, but it's a dragon.
Interesting.
Yep, it does seem quite upset that the thing is not on its back anymore. Some dragons can take human forms, but this is not one of them. Just trying rather pathetically to reattach this creature back to its back, and that keeps it busy. Gives you plenty of time to go away. But you've successfully got some of the treasure off the boat. There's still some remaining there. But you avoided the dragon. Well done.
Now it's not in the boat, it's around the boat.
Yes. Yeah, but the boat blast hole, and it's on fire, and it's going up in smoke. So, but you eventually get far enough away. I assume you're going to cast Detect Magic at some point there, Theodore, or Identify rather?
Identified, yes.
And I gave you the... Okay. So, the first thing is one of these. And the second one is one of these.
Mm. Quite useful.
Well, everyone's okay with that? I take that quiver.
Of course.
Doesn't require attunement, which is useful. Okay, so why don't we let's just take a quick break, and while you sort out these things, we'll come back together in a few minutes. How does that sound?
Cool, sure.
Okay,
Sounds good.
done. Okay, so you arrive your way back to Angajuk's Bell. What do you guys do? Oh, so you took your short rest in the cabin, which is fine.
Yep.
Sorry, let me change one thing quickly.
Sorry.
There we go, it's better. Okay, so you take your short rest around there, so feel free to roll hit dice and other good stuff. And, yeah, short rest done. And as you're getting towards the end of your short rest, the whale actually appears, even without you ringing the bell. And it surfaces the water, breaches it. Huge spray of water pops up, and and the whale says, "Come closer so that we might talk."
I'm giving Stellar a little push in the back.
Let's see the whale.
Good to see you again, Master Whale.
I saw what you people did. I went in. I see the ship is now on fire. And I did see Ventura taking off with something in its mouth. Noticed it lacked a rider. So whatever you did, it seems the threat of Ventura to the coast is past. It seems as if at least you land dwellers have some honor amongst you. So for that, I thank you, and you may consider me your ally.
Of course, Master Whale, we gave you our word.
So what service? You must have something in mind. What can I do for you?
Well, we're looking for some missing fishermen, as we said earlier, and we suspect they're stranded on one of these floating icebergs. I was hoping, or we were hoping, you could take us to them, and we could take him back here and, well, get him to safety.
And at this, the whale merchant is, yeah, that would be great. We have some fish oil to collect there as well. Isn't that right, Garrosh?
Yeah.
Garrosh, make me a deception check, but at advantage. Because you are not getting fish oil. You remember it's whale oil. Have advantage since the whale merchant is backing you up, but you still need a deception check at advantage. 20.
Lucky me.
Okay, very well. So, I assume you know how to travel? Here, jump into my air bubble. You will go inside?
We just entered bubble.
Is anybody not entering the... Just drag yourself on if you want to enter the bubble. Shrubby's a little hesitant, but does go. Okay. And the whale merchant goes on as well and jumps on and says, "This is going to seem a little unnatural to you land dwellers, but trust me, this magic will hold." It was like almost pushing through a thin layer of water when you push into the bubble, even on land. But it It's an odd sensation, but it's perfectly well. Where am I to go? And the whale merchant gives him directions. Just drag you across to the Icewind Dale map. And the mighty whale dives down under the water. And it's very off-putting to start with. You can't help but take a last breath as you descended. Some of you might have even gone deep into oceans before. You're expecting that dreadful pressure in your ears to start popping and so on. But it's perfectly comfortable. You can wander around in this strange ship attached to Angajuk's bell, Angajuk's back, and you can breathe normally. It's quite a wondrous sensation, none of which you've ever experienced before. That Angajuk starts heading out to sea.
While I'm admiring the surroundings, I'll still keep an eye on the merchant that wants to gut the whale, I guess.
She'll make an insight check. He just seems overawed by this experience. It's not often you ride on a whale underneath the water. And it seems he just wants to get his crewmates and his oil off the ice floe, off the sea of moving ice, and back to Bryn Shander, where the whale oil is desperately needed.
Okay. I'll feel a little safer admiring the underwater world.
It's quite magnificent. Eventually, gets to about here, breaches the surface, and you see a whole bunch of cold, bedraggled sailors surrounded by a bunch of barrels and stuff. And the whale orchard manager said, "Friends, I've secured safe passage for you. Angajuk is considered my ally, and we may all travel back safely to the shore." And Angajuk says, "At no point did I say I was an ally of your human. This your deception again. I did not see you. You hid here like a coward while the rest of these people sorted out the dragon problem. I am no allies of yours."
It's okay, Great Angajuk. He's with us, but we're not all fighters, you see.
Why there are barrels of fish oil on this iceberg? Do not understand. What are barrels of fish oil doing here? Fish you catch on the shores, not in the depths of the ocean. What's going on here?
Are they not fishermen? I thought fish oil, it's what you get when you're a fisher, right?
Not in these deep waters. The fish oil I've seen comes from the shore. But you can make a deception check if you like. I'll give you advantage.
Okay.
If you're an ally.
Whew.
Ooh, natural 20. Down to a -1 though. Well, but let's be clear, I am no friend of these fishermen. For as I'm concerned, you're my allies, and these are just more mindless land dwellers. But with that, the people do get back onto the boat. They all look a little scared. They know there's a minor ruse being played on Angajuk, but the ruse seems to pass nevertheless. And once again, Angajuk dies beneath the sea of the moving ice, And once again, you're under the water with about 10 or so slightly terrified fishermen grasping these barrels of whale oil. And unless anybody has anything they want to do or say, you arrive back at land.
Stax is gonna mention to each one of the fishermen and telepathically say them, don't say a word, as he looks into their eyes, just to really make sure that they know it's him saying it, just to make sure that they keep quiet.
Okay, so they all lock eyes with Stax one by one, and they realize it's you and just give you a quick nod to acknowledgement that they're going to stay quiet. They also look a little scared as well. They do know they're deceiving this whale, so they're happy to keep quiet, and they approve of your plan. Eventually you do surface, the sailors keeping themselves perfectly quiet, and you arrive back at the shores.
What sights! I haven't seen the underwater before. Guess I'm gonna step off.
Thank you, Master Angajuk. That was unforgettable, I guess. Thank you for the ride.
You're welcome. If you need my services again, you seem to be an ally to me, so ring the bell. I will come.
And if you need ours, not sure how you would contact us, but if you find a way, please do.
That I will do.
Good luck under the sea.
Nods.
And I'll disembark.
You disembark. The whale oil merchants, they do disembark as well. And they say, well, it seems as if Bryn Shander will get the... this is out of sight of the earshot of the whale now. We'll get the whale oil we need. I mean, we will head back to Bryn Shander now. I'm not sure if our paths need to stay on the same path, but if you want to travel together, that's fine. But we are making post-haste to Bryn Shander with this whale oil. Do you wish to join us, or do you have other plans?
I think our plans lie to the south towards the spine of the mountain, and so I think our paths still align towards Bryn Shander. Or what do you guys think?
Well, part of me still wants to double check the Dark Duchess, just to make sure we haven't left anything behind. So I know it is a bit of a risk. But Angajuk did tell us that he rode off. He flew off. He
That
might
is
be
true.
too distracted right now.
It is an option, and if I may add a plan B for afterwards, maybe we could go to the Elven ruins again, and this time I could identify the statues that we saw there, see what they do. It's a mystery that I wonder about, since we weren't able to decipher it on the previous occasions.
I could also use the mirror to spy on someone if we've got someone we wish to spy on.
True. We could even do that first and spy on the dragon to see if it cleared the Dark Duchess, if it's leaving it alone.
It seems a
But
bit
it's...
of
I know what you're thinking. It's quite a detour.
We could go to the Dark Church, just trying to stay out of sight and being stealthy.
I'm sure with the help of your spell, we'll manage that.
I'm all out, unfortunately. For now.
I was going to ask, yes, if we're finished with this day and kind of make camp, continue tomorrow.
It's getting later on in the day now. I mean, you started here, you went to the Duchess, you came back again, you searched, defrosted some of the treasure, so it's getting on a bit.
I do think that if we want to check it out, we should go now. But we could also just let it be and head on. It is a bit risk.
Shall we toss a coin for it?
That seems an easy way to settle it.
I'll get a gold coin and roll a 1d2, I guess. 1, we don't go. 2, we go. Because they're red and green.
Okay.
Or would anybody else prefer to roll?
Go
No,
for
that's
it.
okay.
You tossed a coin.
I guess we go.
Then
Right,
the next
but
question, do we go tonight or do we go in the morning?
I'm fine with going now, but if we can't be stealthy, I don't think that's a good idea.
Can we go in the morning?
And we have a nice place here to camp. So
That is true.
Okay. With that, the whale oil merchants and his sailors, they thank you and say, perhaps we'll meet again in Bryn Shander, but the town does need this. I heard rumors that some great cauldron was found and is feeding the village, feeding the town at least. This whale oil will make things even nicer for the town of Bryn Shander. I'll be sure to pass on to Speaker Dunshay the great work that you guys did. And
Thank you.
bid you goodbye. And him and the whale orchard start heading away south, back to the
Just one
township.
last thing.
Yes.
Also make sure that none of the whale hunters go after Angajuk.
Well, I didn't think we'd have a chance to get Angajuk, but she's considered off limits as far as I'm concerned. Obviously not a stupid beast and has saved many of my men. So we will not hunt Angajuk, and needless to say, she's easy to spot.
Thank you. Now, have a good journey.
Okay, keep safe. Okay, I'm going to say it's easy enough to get a long rest in here. So you set up camp in the cabin over here. And feel free to take your long rests.
Cool.
Okay, you're all looking nice and healthy. Okay.
10 temporaries.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Okay, so morning comes. You start making your way back west towards the Dark Duchess.
How long does your spell last, Stalo?
That's about an hour, I would say.
Okay, so let's save it for when we need it.
Salo, can you maintain that spell while you're in crab form?
I suppose I could, yes.
Yes. Then it might be best if, for the last small part of the journey, I go stealthily with you as crab form. Not to be rude to your garage, but you are clanky.
Oh, so am I. Trust me.
Excuse me. Cranky. What?
Theodore's not stealthy either. I got disadvantage on stealth.
Oh, you two? Then I'm saying this to you as well. You two are clanky.
You know, it's hard to be stealthy when you are as big as me. It's not my fault.
I know, and that clankiness and that massiveness does help when you swing your greatsword, but
Exactly, that's my forte.
it is. But it means we each have our strengths, and well,
You're right.
yay for being tiny.
Okay, so let's say you head off west, and your plan is to. What are you going to do with your pass without a trace? At what point are you going to cast it, Stello? It's about 2 hours.
I
to
think
get
when
to the place.
we're close enough that I think we could get in within. No, I will gonna cast it and then turn into crab and then ride Stax. So when Stax says, I think we're close enough.
And I would probably do it when we're about 15 minutes away from the Dark Duchess by foot. I'd go by foot, not on my X-Peak.
So you get about halfway to the Dark Duchess. So Pass Without a Trace is not cast at the moment. You've just got your head down and are heading towards there. And you hear a thumping sound like... Oh, one of my monitors turned off when I did that. Ah! A thump over here. And it's rhythmic. And you look around. And you see, off in the distance, unsure whether it spotted you or not, but you see a gigantic mammoth, not unlike the one you fought before, this huge mammoth. But it gets worse than that, because on top of the mammoth is this giant frost giant. What do you do?
Has Pass Without a Trace cast yet? No. Is it just
No.
the journey?
No, it hasn't.
This seems troublesome.
Do we run or do we hide? Is it moving towards us? In the path it's walking?
Yes, it seems to be heading for the coast.
Let's hide.
Yes.
This skeletal one was bad enough. And I'm gonna look around to see if there's just a bit of a hill or steepness that, if lying down, we could hide behind.
Okay, you do find such a one, and depending on how well one you find, is going to come down to your stealth checks.
Okay.
Does Stello cast Pass Without a Trace? Do you cast it, Stello?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a 19. That's a 21. Now I just need the clunky ones.
That was a terrible roll, by the way.
Still not bad. Roll a 2 and get a 21. That's not the worst.
No, that's not the worst, but still a bad roll. Just one more level, and then would have been a 23 with a 2. Things do get ridiculous at a certain point.
Did you roll Garrosh and or Theodore? I'm not seeing it.
Oh, aren't we separate?
No, they're still halfway towards the Dark Duchess, not close by.
Okay, I thought we already separated. Sorry, I'll do it right away.
So everybody. So that's a 29. Who was the clunky one again? Stacks? So the worst one was a 19. Okay. And okay, can you also why don't you do this because it's Stello. Roll me 3 d20s, Stello. 3 d20s. So your X-Beaks' stealth, they get a +1 to this, so the worst X-Beak was 15. Okay. Bring out my Frost Giant stats. Oops.
Do I also roll for Snuggles?
I guess you should, yes. And Shrubby.
Oh, sure. He doesn't have anything special, I think. So 29 for Shrubbery.
And 19 for Snuggles.
Okay, so the lowest one was a 15 by one of your X-Beaks. Let's see if it spots you. So you're hunkered down. You managed to I think the X-Beaks have warmed up to you. It would be a bit of an understatement. It would be an overstatement. They still don't like you, but are happy enough to for you to ride them. And as you duck down, Stello in particular, being a druid, is doing his best to calm down the X-Beaks. One of them lets out a faint, and you kind of almost clamp its beak down, and it ducks down. And you see the Frost Giant's head turn in your direction, and the mammoth turns as well. Starts sniffing the air. Turns towards where the X-Beak let out that little squawk.
Stello is gonna throw out, just grab and throw out 3 fussy items from the gray bag of tricks and just toss it towards the over the hill or where we're hiding behind, and just command them to run off in separate directions.
Okay, roll me a d8.
Let's see. So it's 3 of them.
Okay, let me just bring up the table.
Oh.
So what'd you get? You got an 8, 7,
So that's
and a 2.
elk, dire wolf, and a giant rat.
Okay, so these creatures appear, and they dash off to the west. Which way do you throw them? To the east, to the west, to the south?
I guess he's towards the west, so over the snow dunes, and they would just head out in towards the west, northwest, and southwest.
So back towards in the direction of the Dark Duchess?
Yes.
Okay, so you throw it out, and you see that the Frost Giant's head instantly turns. It's particularly interested in the elk. And it says, I'm hungry for elk. It kind of kicks its head into the woolly mammoth, and these big pounding noises as the thing picks up speed and starts chasing after the elk. It seems the danger the frost giant and the woolly mammoth has passed now for it, at least. But it is kind of over this way, the direction you were heading.
We could follow and see if we can get past now.
Sure. We have a few more tricks up our sleeves, I guess.
We could also just head north a little bit, just to circle around it a little bit.
Yes.
Is that what you do?
Yep.
It's a bit more north, hugging more or less against the coastline. Some of it you travel across the ice as well, where the sea has frozen over a little bit. And you're trying to keep your distance from this massive frost giant and its mount. Why don't, let's say, it seems more Stello's type of thing. Stello, make me a survival check.
Okay.
I'll give him guidance if
Okay.
necessary.
Yep, that's easy enough to do for this particular check. So 16, 17. Okay, Stella, you keep an eye out, or one eye out, I guess, for this frost giant. And it does catch up to the elk, and it throws like a spear almost, and it skewers the elk, no problem, and it collapses. Then it flings it over its back and starts its journey further along the coast, like this way. Oh, sorry, this is this way. I'm moving you by mistake. And eventually it passes way past the Duck Duchess and out of sight. But just as it's getting further out of sight, you notice a huge storm is blowing in from the sea of moving ice. And even with about 10 minutes as you feel safe, a massive blizzard kicks up. And visibility drops to almost zero. You see the X-Beaks, they're still traveling, but they're nervous. You hunker down, the cold is unimaginably cold, and as a reflex you start even smearing the ice that's forming on your eyebrows. You pull in your clothing extra tight to keep warm, but it is cold. And even before you have a chance to think of what are we going to do, visibility drops to almost zero, and this cold is intense. What do you do?
Guys, should we put up a tent? I think we need to put up a tent.
Would the tents survive this weather?
Yes, they are designed for extreme conditions, but it's a challenge to put them up. The wind is howling, but you can certainly
Let's try to get up one tent. One tent should be enough just to survive this one.
I could just use the charm that Chwinga bestowed upon me. It's an instant shelter.
Oh, really?
And it's much more secure than... well, it's not instant. I think it's 10 minutes to cast, but it's a lot more secure than the tents. At least in this kind of weather.
Well, go for it.
I'll start casting the tiny hut.
So functionally it acts like Lehman's tiny hut, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, let's huddle about, keep some warm.
Okay. I think Lehman's tiny hut is pretty damn safe, but I'm going to look up the spell description anyway.
But it does take... it takes a minute to cast. It takes 11 minutes if you cast it as a ritual, but this is a charm, so I guess it only takes a minute.
It does only take a minute. It's comfortable and dry. And this is the key part of the text. Okay, so using the charm bestowed upon you by the Chwingwa, you kind of throw a pebble type thing and you see it moving and changing. What color do you want it to be? You can choose the color of the outside.
White, yeah. Camouflage.
White. Didn't even really need to ask that. And it pops up and his dome kicks open. And all of you scramble inside, including Shrubby. Are you letting the axe beaks inside as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
If there's room, yeah.
9 creatures of medium size or smaller. I think that's just enough. You each have an axe beak, right? So that's 8 for you guys. Plus Shrubby. Plus...
Axe beaks are large.
Are they large? So axe beaks can't fit inside. What are you going to do? Oh, spell fails if the area includes a larger creature. Yeah, so if the axe beaks went in there, the spell would fail.
Do we put up a tent for them?
I could try to keep them warm with bonfire or something. I'm not sure.
Or a tent for the X-Beaks? Did you say?
I mean, do you want to put up a tent for them? Because I can't leave the hut now that I've cast it.
I'll try.
I'll help you. Let's see what we can do.
Okay, with the wind howling around as it is, it's going to be a disadvantage to put up the tent. But if you're helping each other, then it's just a straight roll. So one of you can just make a straight roll for survival.
I'll cast guidance on myself as well.
Sure.
So I'll make a roll. Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
No worries, you did it.
Plus 5 is pretty nice, so 14. The tent does go up. It's difficult to... actually, the tent goes up is reasonable. There's a few open flaps, but it would be survivable. It'll take out... It's not so much the... It's just the temperature of this howling wind laced with sleet and snow that's the real problem. You're going to need to make an animal handling check to get these axe beaks in there, though. They're agitated and they're angry and they're pecking at each other. It's an animal handling check to get these beasts inside.
I'll try that one. Can you guide me?
Yeah, I'll assist and guide and ask the stars for help.
17.
Very good. Okay, so the axe beaks grumbling, but Stax kind of calms them down, and they know that they're dead out here. Not much is going to survive this. The axe beaks are used to snow, but this blizzard, no one has seen blizzards like this. Well, prior to the Aurel doing her thing, there were blizzards, but nothing like this. So the axe beaks are panicked. They've survived blizzards, but not Aurel's blizzard. But they do go inside, and for the moment, it seems you avoided the worst of the blizzard. What do? You just wait it out? Do you talk?
Salo is going to stay with the axe beaks just in case.
Okay. It's cold out there, but yeah, that's fine. So Stello, you calm the animals. They're panicked, but they feel at least they're safe now.
I chill out with Stello. I have the boots that grant me resistance against cold, so I'm quite comfortable.
Well, comfortable is a stretch, but you're not taking any damage from the cold.
I'm gonna stay inside of the hut and be fine. I'm comfortable here. This is good. I'm gonna keep an eye out through the blizzard, just to make sure that neither dragon nor Aurel passes by.
Okay, make your perception check, Stax, but at disadvantage. Tough to see in these conditions. So
14.
Disadvantage is 14. You scan the horizon. Hard to see anything. You don't see O'Reilly, though. You don't see any trace of Aya Ventura as well. You don't see much of anything, in fact.
Okay.
And an hour passes. The wind continues to howl. It's scary out there. You know, if you're out in the open, you'd be dead by now. Second hour passes. Still nothing. Stella, you're doing your best to keep the axe beaks. They're panicked, but you're keeping them under control at least. A third hour passes. Those inside of the dome, you're perfectly comfortable there. Snow is beginning to pile up onto the dome. It's starting to get covered a little bit. Not deeply, but it is getting covered. Same with the tent. Snow starts building up on the side of the tent. And every so often, Sally, you give it a jab with a staff or something to shake the most of the snow off it. Otherwise, it will just collapse under the weight of the snow. 3 hours pass. Same type of thing. Snow continues to build up. Stella, you keep jabbing the tent to get the snow off. 4 hours pass.
After this time, Stax would go out to make sure that nothing gets snowed in, and double check on Garrosh and Stella to make sure that, just in case they need to be relieved, to get warm again. Guys, do you need a break? I can take over for a second. I'll be fine.
It's okay, young Stax. I'm used to this kind of thing. Not this kind of thing, but we're holding up pretty okay. You good, Garrosh?
Okay, I go.
No, I insist. It's already gone.
I mean, it's comfortable in the ship, but yeah. Since you are here, I don't want to disappoint. You can have my place here. See you.
Yeah. And Stella, just make sure that you're not too weary when we go to the Dark Duchess. We need you fresh and healthy. I know you can weather this, but just want to make sure that you're going to be okay.
Thank you, Stax. That's nice of you. Anyway, you're probably freezing. Get close to the axe beaks. They have some pretty warm fur. It should keep you some warm, at least.
They have also sharp beaks, so
I'll get close to the axe beaks, but mainly just to make sure that they're warm as well. Checking on them just to make sure they're not dying, literally.
They're cold, they're miserable, but they're not dying. The tent, I mean, it's not just an average camping tent, right? It's a heavy-duty winter tent designed maybe for not this extremes, but it is designed for this type of weather. The X-Beaks are cold and miserable, unusually grumpy, but other than that, they're fine.
Okay. Stella, don't worry about me so much. You're not the only one who can deal with a bit of a cold.
I guess I'm pretty, what should we say, cocky when it comes to weather. It's weakness.
Well, it's okay, but don't over worry. I can hold my own. And especially with this amulet, I'm a bit more hardier than most people give me credit for.
Indeed. Well, let's see if we can do something to lighten this mood, shall we?
Grab my Book of Northland Myths and try to frantically look for some kind of feel-good story in the myth book to see if it's something to keep time going faster, perhaps.
Sure. So you do find
my flute and whistle a few tunes.
So maybe we'll say Stax is providing accompaniment to the story, giving it little notes of tension and stuff as the story goes by. So why don't you make a performance check at advantage by reading this story with the assistance of Stax?
I would also like to cast Speak with Animals, not as a ritual, but just as a spell, and just make sure the X-Beaks can hear me telling the tale.
Sure. So the X-Beaks are confused a little bit, but then they turn their attention, and let's see how well you do. 17, that's pretty good. So, Stello, you tell a good tale. Stax are providing accompaniment on the fruit. And for the first time, you see the X-Beaks not kind of picking at each other and at you, and they turn their attention, and they are rapt with this story that Stello is telling. So that does pass the time. And another hour goes by. And eventually, the storm starts to fade. It's still bad out there, but it seems now the worst of the blizzard has passed. And you'll take a moment to think what extreme weather this is, and there's not even a nice sunshine to go through there. It's just depressing. I mean, you haven't literally seen the sun for your entire time in Icewind Dales, and this kind of really gets you. This is bad. This winter needs to end. But for now, the weather is merely terrible, but not dangerous. The dome is mostly covered in snow. The tents, as I said, you'll be jabbing it with your staff to get the snow off it. What do you do?
While the hut is still in effect, because it lasts 8 hours, should we just gather inside and have some honey meat, warm ourselves up? Well, not us, but the people that were in the tent.
I'm okay. I'm good to go. Let's just get to the Dark Duchess and back, and let's get a proper warm up when we're back in civilization, or at least as much as we're gonna get here.
Okay, and everyone who's inside the hut, well, brace yourself for some cold, because as soon as I walk out of here, it'll disappear. And I walk out.
Who was in there? There's Stax, there's Theodore, and Garrosh. Garrosh, do you dash out, or?
No.
Okay, Theodore leaves the dome, and Garrosh is instantly covered in about a foot's worth of snow.
Well.
Oh, I'll have to take that into account for next time. Sorry about that.
Garrosh, this is no time to be making snow celestials.
Well, I guess we're off then.
Let's walk the X-Beaks first a little bit next to them. They get warmed up. And
Yes.
we don't overburden them.
Give him some rations and some food and feed him up.
They greedily gobble it down.
How long before we get to the Dark Duchess, you guys think?
Less than an hour, you'd guess, like 45 minutes.
Let's get moving.
Yeah,
And I'll start walking.
let's go.
So it takes maybe a little bit longer if you're not on the X-Figs. But you do get, you said you wanted to maybe do something when you're 15 feet by foot out. Stacks?
Yeah.
15 minutes.
Oh, sorry, yes.
15
not 15
minutes,
feet.
both.
Yeah, 15 minutes, that's what I meant to say. Yep.
Stella, you still got that spell prepared?
Indeed, I do.
I cast Pass Without Trace and turn into a crab and crab myself onto Stax's shoulder and back.
Yep, that's fine.
And
Because you do have to be
I
within
start-
30 feet of the person who cast it, but if you're traveling as a crab, that's no problem. So make me a stealth check, Stacks, with a plus 10.
22.
22. Okay, so you approach the wreckage of the Dark Duchess. It's just a smouldering ruin now. I'll drag you across to the Dark Duchess map. So there's no great dragon there. There's no wolves there. Lots changed. No elks there. But you do arrive there. It is burnt. Yep. Well, what do you want to do?
First off, I'm gonna just check the area to see if I see Homunchurak.
Okay, make me a perception check. It's on a different screen. 24. You don't see Ivan Shorter anywhere near.
Then I'm going... Well, are there any breaches in the hull at this point? Where?
It's kind of a smouldering ruin. There's not much structure left to the ship.
Then I'll check the point where the treasure was and see if it's still there.
Okay, make me an investigation check. 10. You do find some gold, judging by the amount. Actually, all the gold's gone, but what you do find, roll me a rather oddly shaped dice. Roll me a D7 stacks. You find 3 garnets, and your estimation about 100 gold pieces each. So 3 of them.
Okay.
And there's a chance, not a big chance. Okay, there are 2 more interesting magical items there. Did I ensure to get them? Were they lost deep beneath the sea? Don't know. But I'm going to give you a 50-50 chance of finding each one of these things. So there's 2 things. So roll me a D10, and you want a 1 to 5 for the first item. D10, 1 to 5.
Oh.
/R first, yeah. Oh, 1 to 5, yeah. You do find a suit of armor. It is chainmail. And it's actually not magical. What it is, it's a chainmail, and it's made from mithril. So it's a mithril chainmail outfit.
Okay, I'll bag that one.
An interesting thing about it is it doesn't impose disadvantage on dex checks or has a strength requirement.
Yes.
So useful. Throw me another D10, and once again you want to roll a 1 to a 5. Oh, 5 again. Okay, so you do find that the second item. Make me a history check, Stax.
Ooh.
You look at this item, and you have heard stories about this. It is a weapon. It's a wand, and it's a wand of immense evil. And you recognize it with that roll. You recognize it as a wand of Orcus.
What?
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 Oh fuck.
What do I know about it?
What did you roll for your history? 21. You know Orcus is a demon of great power. He's a demon lord. And it's kind of his whole jam is to snuff out the life of all living things. Those type of lofty goals. and it's a very, very powerful item.
Will this item corrupt me? Do I know that?
Given how evil it is, quite possibly.
I will pick out one fuzzy thing out of my bag of tricks. I believe that's a weasel.
Okay.
It's not what I want, so I'm gonna go for a second one. That's a badger.
Okay. Not a giant badger.
How big
just
is
a
this?
badger.
Well, it's a normal badger, so it's a tiny badger. Would the badger be big enough to hold the wand in its mouth?
Badgers are not that small. I'm just gonna look up badger and Google.
Yeah.
But,
It's
see
like
what
the
one
size of
looks
a
like.
dog, I believe.
Yeah, it's yeah, I'd go with that. Yep. Sort of a small dog, so yes, it would be able to carry the wand in its mouth.
Then I'll order it to carry it, and yeah. Well, that's always a possibility, Garage. And with that, I'm gonna just tell the weasel to hop on my other shoulder next to Stello, just for funsies, and start heading back with these two beasts in tow.
I thought you were going to send the badger off with the wand of Orcus. And he's going to say, oh, by the way, guys, next campaign is you versus the demon badger lord of hell.
No, I just don't want to touch it.
Okay. Yeah, so you get everything you could from there. You did roll well on basically luck checks. And the rest of you see Stax and Dello return back. Strangely, Stax has a badger on his shoulder carrying some type of wand.
No, the badger is just walking beside me. The weasel on my shoulder.
Oh, sorry, the weasel. Yeah.
Didn't we say there were 3 chances to get an item? We only rolled twice.
I think.
Let me read
2,
the
okay.
text.
I remember wrong. Sorry.
Okay, guys.
There were 2 magical items there: the wand and the mithril.
First off, Garrosh, this armor might suit you. Here, take it. I also find these garnets. Anyone heard of Orcus, and specifically the wand of Orcus? Because if you do, look in the badger's mouth. You'll find it.
Orcus. For general knowledge who Orcus is, right?
Yeah, and Stax can relay it to you regardless.
Is that an orc?
No, it's like a demon who wants to basically wipe out every living creature. One of the most evil and vile entities in existence. And apparently this is his wand, which he uses to destroy countries, empires.
What about
That's what it looks like.
What about we just destroy it or throw it at the bottom of the sea or whatever?
I'm pretty sure that destroying this would probably be something like throw it into one volcano in Avernus, or let it be destroyed by some god, or it's usually not as easy. You might have to cross countries, walk up a volcano, and then decide to throw it in there, and then it decides, no, you don't want to throw it in there, and then You know, those kind of journeys which entire books are written for.
Sounds familiar, yes.
Yeah.
But before we throw it anywhere, would you mind if I identify its properties?
Can you identify it without touching it? Because there's a good chance that when you touch it, it will just corrupt you and you will become evil or die.
Yeah, you need to touch it. I since we probably don't have some means of destroying it right now, unless Garrosh wants to hit it with his sword, I guess I should make some container where we could put it until we find a way to get rid of it.
We could also just toss it into the sea of moving ice.
What if...
And it will corrupt Angachuk, and Angachuk will become the evil ruler of...
Exactly my thoughts. You don't know who's gonna pick it up there.
We could tell Angachuk to know about it, and then he could, or it could protect it from outsiders, perhaps.
You remember that statue we got that acts as a remove curse? Maybe we could remove the curse from the wand. Think that would work?
Perhaps. Depends if the the magic in the figure is strong enough on this item.
Could I in any way tell if that would work?
So you're going to go to the place you took Nimsy to try and
No. We got some loot earlier. There was a statue or a statuette that acted as a scroll of remove curse.
Make.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I know what you mean now. You're making an Arcana check.
I'll guide myself.
And would I know how the corruption of the wand works? Would just identifying it put Theodore in at risk?
Well, yep. We'll get for the Arcana check. A wand of Orcus is a very, very powerful thing. If it was as easy as just to cast removed curse on it, you feel the magic just wouldn't be enough. And it is effectively a 3rd level spell, I think, versus an artifact of great power. Those things are mismatched. And you're asking if touching the thing will cause the person to be cursed.
Yeah.
Let me give you a second and I'll tell us what happens.
Or would a creature have to be attuned to it like most items, I believe?
Okay, make me a secondary history check. This will determine what you know.
Could someone guide me for a second?
Of course.
You're unsure.
Yeah. Perhaps we can take it to Mishan. Maybe she knows more about these kind of things. Or she knows what we have to do with it. I wouldn't know where else to go with this, to be honest.
Let me just make something to transport it safely. I have 4 mammoth tusks. If I hollow one out, is it big enough to contain the wand?
Yeah, it's
because
not
I don't know
huge.
what shape it is.
Yep, it would be.
Okay, I'll transform.
Just before you
Yep.
do that, though, Stello, can you make me a nature check?
The badger's changing.
Poor badger.
The badger appears perfectly normal. Just looks like a badger with a wand of Orcus in its mouth.
How long has the badger been holding this wand?
Well, you said 15 minutes walk there, so about 15 minutes.
I only need to touch it for a minute to identify it.
If you're willing to risk it,
I am,
but
actually.
What's the worst that can happen to you, really?
you are corrupted and we have to kill you. That is the worst that can happen.
Come on, what do you have against corrupted gnomes? Come on.
Like
This
corrupted
isn't just
badgers.
corruption. This is Orcus is worse than Oriel. Just to balance things out.
I realize that, but if the badger wasn't affected for holding it for 15 minutes, I shouldn't be in 1 minute. I'm not even gonna do it as a ritual. I'll just cast it, which takes a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
I will walk back about 100 feet and ready my bow.
Okay, so Stello, what are you doing?
I'm gonna move a bit back from Theodore, but stay a bit closer than Stax.
And Garrosh?
I ready my greatsword.
Okay, so with that, the badger,
And
I assume you gently take the wand of Orcus from the badger, Theodore? Yes.
Sorry? Yeah.
Theodore, you take the wand from the badger?
Yeah, I do, and I immediately start casting Identify.
Okay, the badger lets it go, just stands there and stares at you. Everybody, Stax pulls back their arrow, Garrosh gets his greatsword ready to maybe lop off Theodore's head. You can't help but your hands start trembling, but you manage to get through the 1 minute casting time. And you do manage to identify it. And you realize that using a command word, this wand of Orcus can create a continual flame spell. That's it.
I
You suspect it's a fake.
Why? Why does this thing exist?
Somebody is looking at it and having a laugh. Could be Oriel. We don't know. So all it does is cast a continual flame, like it's a permanent torch, basically.
Pretty much, yep.
Does it cast a continual flame on other objects, or it provides the flame?
Let's have a look.
Because if it casts it on the
No,
other object, it's pretty useful.
Think of it as just a continual torch.
Okay.
Torch that never runs out. That looks remarkably like the wand of Orcus.
Well, it's not the wand of Orcus. Sorry, it's just basically a permanent torch. So somebody did this for shits and giggles, I guess. Just made it look like a wand of Orcus, and
I'm sorry. Now I feel kind of stupid.
no worries. It could have been the real thing, and that would mean trouble. But
You can use it to intimidate people. You know, like, behold the wand of Orcus.
It's enough. It's enough to threaten them with burning them. Continual flame doesn't actually produce heat, but you can still threaten them with it.
No, you just intimidate them. Like, I can summon the power of Orcus, and they will do whatever you want.
Good idea. By the way, Stala, would you like to have it? Because you can see in the dark, and this shines better than my trinket that I gave you.
I guess it's pretty grim looking though. It's,
Didn't you already get that drift globe? I believe that's even a better light.
I guess I'm not sure. I could.
It doesn't hurt to have a backup.
Indeed.
True, but I'd rather not have someone walking around with a perfect replica of the wand of Orcus. That kind of draws attention, I think.
Yes. Could use it in away from seeing eyes and in where situation deems it necessary to frighten some people, I guess.
That is true. Or maybe trade it as a relic and deceive someone. Which would be kind of funny.
Indeed, if they have grim intentions and, well, yeah.
Well, I guess we can put it in the bag of holding for now, and we have a rest. I'll fashion a container for it, so we can make it look more ominous, I guess.
Yeah, let's do that, and then let's go back and see if we can finally stop that ringing noise from my head, because it's becoming quite annoying, to be honest.
Yes, it is for you, I guess. But are we stopping at the Elven ruins, or are we heading directly towards
the Elven
city?
ruins? Sorry.
We don't have to. I mean, that's just curiosity. I'm wondering what those statues do. Plus, I guess we can scry on the fallen ship where you want to go. Maybe we can manage to see what's happening there.
I think we can just spy on people and not locations.
That is great.
Yeah, I think it's pretty vague. We don't even know exactly where or what it is.
Or if it will work. It seemed pretty hard to use against certain people.
That as well.
Do we need to check on anyone else?
I don't
Not at
think
the
so
moment,
right now.
I guess we can leave it for another time. Maybe we'll pass it on some other occasion, and we'll check out the statues then. So, are we off to Bremen then? And then on?
Let's go.
Yeah, that's the closest city.
All right.
Town.
So on your X-Bigs, you head back towards Bremen. Which will take you most of the day to get there. Can you all make me perception checks? I know you may not guide yourself, it's just looking around. Ready, make me a perception check.
Ooh.
Dello, you're too interested about how you could use the drift globes against the Duragar. You got no idea. Theodore, gosh, who are we missing? Stax. Stax. Stax to... Ah, there we go. Yeah, you're too busy thinking about the wand of Orcus as well. But Theodore, your mind is focused. You notice behind you, about halfway to Bremen, as the weather's still bad, but it's not blizzard-like. Every so often you do stop on your journey to take bathroom breaks and things like that, and you notice behind you there's been this polar bear, and it's keeping about 200 feet or so behind you. And every time you stop, it stops. When you start moving again, it starts moving again. It's hard to spot because it is in its perfect environment for hiding, but you do manage to spot it with your 21 perception. And yeah, it's maintaining a constant distance behind you of about 200 feet, and you've only just spotted it.
I'll whisper to the others, there's a polar bear following us. I'm not sure. Not sure if it's your mentor or somebody else, or it's just a polar bear. But it seems that even when we stop, it stops. So it's stalking us, not just hunting us.
It's on the hunt. Always wanted to hunt polar bear, but this is not the time. Let's see if I can dissuade it from following us.
I'll use a spell slot to cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
And I'll try to get it turn towards it if Theodore points the direction, and I'll shout a bit, saying,
Great hunter, we are not your prey today. If you would hunt us, the outcome would be your death. Find something else. There are elk about. Something easier for you to hunt.
Okay, two things. The wind is howling. There's a chance your voice might be carried away on the wind and not even make it to it. It's 200 feet away. So I say make a performance check for me to see if you navigate the winds with your voice. And you absolutely do. So you say that, and the polar bear... You can make an animal handling check or a persuasion check. It's up to you.
animal handling it is. I'll use my inspiration to reroll.
The polar bear turns, looks over its shoulders at you, and you see its mouth move, and it says, "In common, fine, I'll leave you alone." It starts retreating.
Wait, it couldn't understand it.
I think that's our werebear.
Wait, are you a bear or a werebear? I'm gonna shout.
Never seen a polar bear before? Fool.
Just checking, my friend likes to turn into a polar bear.
Best of luck to him. The polar bear does stern and look at you, and it says in common, kind of shouting in the same way that Nastello was. It says, "Is there something I can help you with?"
We are just returning to Bremen. Thank you. Be wary, though. There is a frost giant and a mammoth about. Could be a scary thing to meet.
Thank you for your advice. Polar bear kind of
Nice fellow.
shrugs turns its snout away from you and starts plodding away from you.
That was a pretty friendly bear. It's much nicer than the goat.
Yes. That's what I always say. You shouldn't judge the predators too much. They're just doing what they need.
Well, they are better to understand by us, I think.
That is true.
By the way, Malcolm, would it be possible that Stax was practicing shooting her longbow while riding? Because I don't think that's a skill she would necessarily have.
Yes, it is. You're not going to be able to do it today, but make me...
Just in the journey, just sometimes shooting a bit of a target.
Yeah. Useful skill to have. I mean, it's technically a feat, I think, to do this.
Oh, is it?
I think so. I'm not entirely sure. But regardless, you're not going to get it. But you can start practicing it if you like. I'm going to say make an animal handling check. There's going to be a communication between you and the beast. You start getting practice, feeling a bit more comfortable in the saddle as you shoot, but still your shots are going wild. But you've made some progress. But
Okay.
Next time you want to practice, just let me know.
I'll just probably practice on long journeys.
Okay. So eventually, you do make your way back to Bremen. And just 1 second. And by now the storm is starting to fade. You arrive there pretty much at nighttime. And I'll drag you across to the Bremen map. Let's see, where is Bremen?
Time to go see a dog. No, boy.
No, boys in the next one over.
No, that's in Carlos. That's true.
So, do you remember here, there was these 5 taverns where you did a pub crawl. It's set up by 5 brothers who were quarrelling. You can also remember there was the speaker Shale Scar, who was a dwarf, but the old age is starting to take his mind. Yeah. What do you want to do? Do you want to head to one of the taverns, or what do you want to do?
Get some warm food and some ale, perhaps.
Okay.
Some food and get to bed. Been some tough days.
Indeed.
Okay, so you enter one of the 5 taverns. There is... you go into, let's say, one called the Stones. And you pay for a round of drinks, I guess. And... yeah, so we'll just say for lodging and some food. Unfortunately, it's still knucklehead trout. Cost you 5 silver pieces for staying here and food and stuff. And yes, what are you going to do with the chainmail? Mithril chain.
I mean, if possible, I would take it because I have disadvantage on stealth as well.
Do you have heavy armor? Is it heavy armor? Yeah.
I have proficiency with all armor. But battlesmiths also get heavy armor.
That's true.
Cool.
Will it fit me? Do I have to size it down?
Nope.
No, I don't have to size it down, or no, it won't fit me.
If Theodore wishes to wear the mithril chainmail, he can.
Okay, I will, if nobody else can use it.
Of course.
Thank you.
Go
Thank
for
you
it.
very much. This will be very handy, especially since it's light and I don't have much in the muscles, I guess.
So you no longer have disadvantage on stealth checks, and there's no strength requirement,
Yay.
so you're fine.
I'll put the scale mail into the bag of holding. Is there anywhere in Bremen that we could sell some stuff that we're carrying around?
Not so much Bremen, but if you carried on to one of the larger towns, which is
Bryn Shander,
Brinshander
East
of
Haven, and what's the third one?
Targos.
Targos. Okay.
Yeah, it's basically all these towns with the circles like that, the black circle and the white circle.
Oh, that's what that means. Okay.
Let's sell it at Prince Shando. We probably get best prices over there. That's
Probably,
helping the
yes.
town quite a bit.
The merchants will also have the most gold, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you finally, after spending a few days out in the cold wilderness, you're pleased to finally at least sleep in a warm bed, get some food in your belly. While it's knucklehead trout and you're already getting sick of it, it beats the rations that you usually eat out on the road anyway. And you get a good night's sleeping, so take a long rest. And while you're at it, why don't you advance to level 5 while you're at it?
Ooh.
Woohoo!
Yep, level 5.
Mhm. Sweet.
So I'll give you a few moments to do that.
Will we be leaving to Prince Shando after this one? Because if that's the case, I'll probably wait just a second. But
Are
lovely.
we going to say hi to Boy in Targus, or just go straight to Prince Shander?
Guess we could pop by just for a quick greeting. See how we're holding up. And there was a blizzard, so
Okay, just give me a few minutes to update the character sheet.
You guys level up. Just gonna dash to the bathroom, so level up. I'll be right back in a minute.
Sure.
ooh, time to buy some diamonds for Revivify.
I am back. Doesn't look like Stello's back yet, though, so... It's a speed decision time. So what are you doing, Stello? Are you taking a ability score improvement or a feat? And which feat?
Oh, no feat since it's level 5, right?
I'm the only one with level 4 because I multiclassed.
Ah, okay.
For the time being, I'm going to become a revivify machine until I get more spells prepared for level 3.
It's a useful spell.
I need to...
Oh, yes, at level 4. Yeah, I'm with it now. Level 4, you get that choice, and level 5, some cool thing for your class.
Yep, level 3 spells.
Oh, level 3 spells, yeah. And Dax gets Uncanny Dodge. That's a useful one.
Well, that would be the case. But I'm multiclassing.
Oh, you're multi-classing into...
A Twilight Cleric.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Getting just a bit of Amonator into my blood.
Okay.
Look, Moradin, I provide you with a convert.
And Stello was just staying pure druid.
Yeah.
And what's Theodore going in? I mean, Artificer?
Yeah, Artificer to get level 4, and I'm taking the skill, the skill expert feat to get +1 in intelligence, which brings it up to 20.
Nice.
And I'll choose the persuasion skill to get proficiency and expertise in, so at least somebody can run their mouth off.
That is a good idea. So what's your bonus to persuasion now? Must be 6 at least.
+4 or 5. I have a -1.
Yeah.
So expertise, I'll tell you right away when it calculates.
Okay, guys, I need some advice.
5.
Should I take guidance, mending, or resistance?
Great first roll.
Guidance, perhaps?
Two of us already have guidance.
Yeah.
And I have resistance. What was the other one you were asking about?
Yeah, mending. But then again, sometimes I'm just on my own. I'm going to go for guidance anyway.
Yeah, you can do guidance for scouting. Yeah, that's a good one.
And are you staying pure fighter, Garrosh?
Yeah, 5th level is quite nice. You know, I get extra attacks, so combined with action search, I can make like 4 attacks per turn.
Nice.
Which is like crazy.
Okay. So has everybody leveled up? We good to go?
Yep.
Okay, so they're going to hang around in Bremen, or is there merely a stop on the way?
How late is it in the day?
It's the morning.
We slept there. Okay. Yep. I don't think we have anything special to do in Bremen. we can just move on.
All right.
What's our plan, by the way? What's our plan? We've just helped the whale oil hunters. So what do we do now?
I thought we were going either for the statues or the crashed ship.
The alien ship or what?
Yeah. I mean,
Do we get
the statues aren't that important. It's just a curiosity. So we could go to the crashed site.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I'm curious.
Okay.
Yeah, we could stop by the statues next time if we're looking for someone, and we could, get both in one go.
But is that the only two options we have? We don't have any other quests.
Well, we
But,
can also go back to König, which is also a bit of an interest of mine, but I think my priority would be the crashed ship.
Okay, we'll just remember the creatures that are supposedly there do a lot of psychic damage, and none of us can resist that, I think. Plus, they might eat your brain.
I've heard tinfoil hats help. No, tinfoil.
Let's ask in Brinshander if they have anything useful against that.
Sure.
We're probably going to be selling some equipment anyway, so we might as well buy something useful.
There is another option. I just whispered something to one of you, so you could do that as well. So just keep that in mind. I don't want to say who it is or what I said, but the person sees it.
Okay.
We could check if they have any potions of invulnerability, because that would make us resistant.
True.
Might be useful.
Malcolm, one small update about my character.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 300 feet night vision at the moment and 20 passive perception.
300 feet? Holy crap. Okay, well, let me update your default token. 300 feet, okay. Let's go back here just for a sec.
I want to see everything. That's basically.
I guess you can also give dark vision to someone as well.
I can give it to the entire party for 1 hour.
Ooh, nice.
That's nice.
Okay, let me just update your token so it will default to 300 feet of dark vision.
Yeah.
Okay, so that should just happen naturally now. Wow, that's nice. And 20 passive perception. Okay, so you're going to be the perceptive one.
Nothing. I scuffed it again.
Okay, so in the morning, you mount up on your axe beaks again. You make the relatively short journey to Targos. You drag over to the Targos map. As soon as I find it myself. Let's drag it up a bit. There we go, Targos. Now I'll just give you a quick reminder of what's been happening in Targos. You do, of course, remember your good buddies there. A boy. I need to look it up. I can't remember their names.
Keegan and
Garrett.
Keegan and Garrett. There you go. But in Targos, remember the speaker was actually living in one of the taverns, and he came down and talked to you and left. So you haven't really had much to do with the speaker. This is, of course, where you initially met Boy, and he took you to rescue his masters. And that's about all you've done here. But as you enter, the weather outside is miserable again. Let me just... It's not blizzard-like condition, but it's pretty bad again. And the sleet and the snow come down, and you like some of your hair starts frosting over. Shrubby looks a little bit miserable, but he's used to doing these things, and you pull in even tighter. And as you approach Targos, you notice, despite the bad weather, you see maybe, let's see, 500, 600, 700 people all gathered around this area. It seems as if the town is meeting here for some reason. What do you guys do?
Stay and see what's going to happen. I think.
As you approach, first of all, a dog comes up to you and instantly leaps up and puts his paw right on your chest. It actually goes for who was friendly to Boy before? Who was the most friendly? Can't remember.
Edwin.
Edwin, yeah.
Ah, yes.
And Stax.
I will say
I think
Stax.
I was behind.
Yeah, Stax. Oh, by the way, Edwin, his schedule just didn't actually work out at all. So he won't be returning. But his Friday schedule is actually open, and tomorrow I'm starting a new instance of Icewind Dale. So he's back playing Icewind Dale, just not with you guys. But Edwin will not be back. So
Glad to hear he's still going.
it works out well for him. But Thursdays are just never going to work. And just on the off chance, I said, "Hey, I'm starting this Friday game. You keen?" And he said, "Perfect." So we're all set to go tomorrow. Of course, he's got a little bit of spoilers. It's 3-4 sessions in, but yeah. Okay, so Boy comes up to you and he just puts both his paws right on your chest, Stacks, almost knocking you over. And he starts, licking your face. He's very excited to see you, and he goes round and curls around the feet of everybody else. And your two other friends here.
Keegan and Garrett.
Keegan and Garrett. I'm going to write that down. Keegan and Garrett. And they say, well, it is good to see you guys, but you've really come at a bad time. It's best you leave. We are doing the sacrifice again. It is time someone here is going to get sacrificed to Oriel, so it's best if you guys just leave town as soon as you can.
Okay, we'll leave straight away. Thank you for the warning.
But are you guys going to be safe?
That depends if our names are called out of the hat. We don't know. It's a slim chance, but it could be us. We don't know.
How about we stay outside the city gates while this goes on, and we'll keep an eye out. If any of you are chosen, we'll come to your rescue. You have our word, I think.
No, I can't ask you to do that. To come to our rescue, you'll be fighting off the town militia, and that's at least 200 soldiers. So
still, they won't be with you. They just cast you out, won't they?
Well, we tied to a stake out for the night. I mean, there's a slim chance that it's going to be one of us, but don't do it. We need to do this for Oriel. Don't do it. It's too risky.
That is hogwash. Should stop casting away lives in this madness.
Exactly.
I put a hand on Stello's shoulder and say to him, "Let us just go. It's not worth it." And then telepathically I say to him, "And if we come back, you can come back as a wolf."
Indeed.
Just go before the guards see you. Go. Get out of here.
Okay, we're going.
just as you turn to go, a group of about 10 soldiers, they block your path and saying, "What are your names? Write it on this piece of paper, please."
You know we do not live here.
"You
We're
are
leaving.
here. Write your name on this paper."
It should be no. How many people live in Dargos?
It's about 1,000. Your odds are slim. I suggest you write your name on it, or quite frankly, be executed here on the spot. And you see another group of soldiers with this ruckus you're causing. There's at least 40 around you now.
It's okay, gentlemen. I'll sign the paper.
Okay, what do you sign?
Stallo. I'm just gonna sign my name.
Okay, Stello. Okay, turns to Theodore, hands Theodore a piece of paper.
L.
Okay, and he takes a piece of paper and right next to it, "Gnome just arrived to town." And he writes next to Stello, "Goliath new to town." Okay, puts it in a barrel. What about you, Half-Orc? Write your name, if you can, that is. Do you want me to spell it out for you?
I write down what I wrote down in the chat. I write down Bumblebum Bumbleton.
Turns out you're more of a fool than I thought you were. And he scribbles next to it, "Simpleton Half-Orc new to town." Drops it into the hat. What about you, Alf?
I'm gonna grab the piece of paper and I'm gonna write Torga Icevane.
Torga Icevane. Interesting. The guard sighs and writes, "Alf new to town, thinks she's funny, but isn't." Drops it into the hat. Into the barrel, rather. And then you notice a few other villagers are slow to write their names down, but the names eventually get dropped into the barrel. The speaker for the town, if you remember, is Nareth Maxillandanar. I'll put it in the chat. Maybe you have a better chance of pronouncing it than I am. There's a human guy. He's dressed in winter gear like the rest of you. The winter gear is quite nice, though. This is very well made winter gear, like leather that's been cured, some type of expensive fur. And it says, "The time, so once again, is to draw lots. As we know, O'Reilly has cursed this land, and many of us have died already. And it is my opinion, and many others in this town, that the best way is to let a human sacrifice go for O'Reilly. We fear that this winter, if nothing else, has cost us lives, so maybe one more life will swing the balance. And need I remind you that if you resist, we will take you and your closest family member as well. So it is best that when your name is called, to go quietly. You'll be stacked to a post. Needless to say, no one will interfere with this. And you will not survive the winter, wearing merely the barest of clothes to keep what dignity you have left remained." And with that, the town goes instantly quiet. Only the storm rages in the background. And he reaches into the hat, into the barrel, pulls out a name. And everybody roll me a D1000 and don't roll a 1. A D1000, do not roll a 1. 502, 643. Okay. none of your names get pulled, thankfully. I think. Pulls out the name. And he says, Keegan Valoran! Step forward, Keegan Valoran! Your eyes instantly dart to Keegan and Garrick. Garrick says, No, don't take my husband, no! And you see Keegan, his face just goes stone cold. A boy knows instantly something is wrong and starts whimpering around Keegan. Keegan turns to his husband, gives him a big hug and say, make sure you take care of boy, Garrett. This is not what we wanted, but it's what's going to happen. And he starts sobbing, and the two husbands start hugging.
At this point, Stax will sneak away and try to exit the gate.
Stello.
In front.
Make me a stealth check. Most people are also hugging their loved ones. They're happy that it's not them. You see a group of what you assume to be Keegan's friend gathering around him and giving him a hug goodbye, it seems. And during this, both the collective town takes a big breath that it wasn't them, but then all eyes turn to Keegan. He seems to be well known in this town of 1,000. And with that stealth, you take that opportunity to sneak out seemingly unnoticed. Yes.
Could I just shout, I volunteer?
As tribute.
If you want to, of course you can do that.
Yeah, Stello's gonna shout, I volunteer to take his place.
It is the will of O'Real. We feel that, this is what the speaker's saying, O'Real guided my hand, she chose her victim.
No, it was the will of the barrel.
O'Real guided my hand. You can make a persuasion check if you like, but it's going to be at disadvantage.
Okay.
If you like, you're free to come back in a month. Goliath, and we can sacrifice you then. But today, it is Keegan Valoran's turn.
I will yell, we want to see the piece of paper. We want proof that it's his name.
The speaker is still holding the piece of paper up. Shows it to the guards. The guards all nod. Would you like to see it, future sacrifice Goliath?
Yes.
You go up and look at the paper, and it is indeed Keegan Valoran written on the paper.
Fine.
And as I'm sneaking away, there's one thing I would like to do, and that's tell Theodore that I'm sneaking away, and will wait outside to release Keegan.
Telepathically, I assume?
Yep.
Okay. So?
I'll just send back, we'll back you up.
Okay. And Keegan...
Could we... Sorry.
You go first.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Keegan comes up to you, and he says, well, you've done more than I could have asked for. You brought Garrick back to me, and at the time I thought I'd lost him, so You've at least given me a few more days with him, so I thank you, but this is it for me, I'm afraid. But thank you for everything you've done.
We'll try to make this right. Don't lose hope yet.
Hope has abandoned this land long ago, my friend. This is my fate. I accept it.
Well, since we got here, the hope is back on the menu.
I believe you think that is true, but I do not.
We'll see what we can do.
No, don't do anything. This is what I need to do. Maybe the speaker's right. Maybe this will end the winter. And with that, Keegan breaks away from you. Grab the hand.
I'll just pat him on the shoulder and give him resistance. It's only for a minute, but maybe it'll help.
Sure. Resistance to cold, right?
Basically everything, but
okay.
It's just like a D4 on a resistance save, on a saving roll.
Got it. Okay, so Keegan grabs the hand of his husband Garrick, and they start heading out of town. About half the town returns back to whatever business there are. About a half the town silently follows them out to the outskirts of town. Do you guys follow the procession?
Yeah.
Yep.
So they take him out here, and right on the intersection of here, like about here, my artwork being, let me do it a bit better. Right about here. There we go. There is a stake right on the crossroads of the road. Well, it's only about midday. They do remove most of Keegan's clothes, just barely enough to give him some sense of decency, but not nearly enough to keep him warm. He's going to die unless something happens. Given the weather, it might be this afternoon. He might up be there for a few hours, or it might stretch into the evening. Depends how much hope he has, I guess. And with that, gets one last hug from his husband, and he bows his head. And Garrick curls up next to his feet, as does Boy. And he looks up to his husband and says, I will be with you to the end. And he reaches up and kind of holds his hand, even though it's bound to the post. And Boy curls up at his feet. And a couple of guards stand watch. They're keeping their distance. They seem to accept that these two guys have accepted the fate of Keegan. They keep a respectful distance, and the rest of the town goes back, carry on with their lives. Yeah, so it's you guys, the two husbands, the dog, and two guards, and somewhere, Stacks, you've been hidden this whole time. What do you wish to do?
The guards are just standing, waiting for him to die, or are they just, well, yeah.
Pretty much. They're a good, 100 feet away. They can still see what's going on, but, as I said, these two guys are well respected, so they're giving them their space, effectively. Like, they know that they're going to be together until Keegan does pass away, and Boy's curled up at his feet. So they're just giving them a moment. They seem to have accepted their fate. So 100 or so feet back. Just to keep an eye on things, just in case.
Let's, Keegan, don't give up. Fate might smile upon you yet. Don't give up.
And Stella's gonna just, yeah.
Is anyone from the walls, like guards, watching this? Is it even visible? I don't know what the weather is like.
Let me just check. Sorry, one moment.
Sure.
500 feet.
No, there's no guards on there. It's just like a wooden wall. It's not possible to go patrol around it. It's just not possible. The only place you've seen like that is Bryn Shander, where it's possible to walk along the walls. It's much better fortified, but this is just a wooden wall. Almost like a bunch of logs all, roped together to form a wall. But you can't patrol along it. So no,
I'll ask the others. I can go bribe the two guards to look away. You think that would work?
No.
Okay. I'm mostly asking Garrosh and Stella because they know how corrupt the guards are, if they are at all.
I think Stella would know that.
Oh, mate, all guards are bribeable. That's kind of that's what guards do. So it's possible. But Keegan says no. Just go. It's over. You'll cause more trouble upon yourself. The entire militia might in fact come after you if I'm not here in the morning.
Nobody will know it's us.
You're literally standing talking to me in open field, my friend, with no one else here.
There's only two guards watching. They don't know. Nobody else knows we're here.
At the very least, you guys will be prime suspects.
That's our problem, not yours.
But how about, imagine if some wild beasts came running over here and caused all kinds of ruckus, scared away the guards, and then they closed in on you, and wow, instead of biting you, they freed you from your bonds. Who would have known? That might happen.
It might even be a glorious story to tell, that you were taken away by Oriel and the guards saw it.
Well, if such a miracle did happen, I would stay here. This is what I need to do for the town. I am not going. But you need to. And while you're having this conversation, the two guards who are here to keep an eye on things, they do approach, and they see the... Are you still hidden, Stax?
I'm still hidden about 250 feet away, keeping an eye out with my dark vision.
Yeah, that dark vision. The two guards do approach, and they say, I think it's best you newcomers to town. It's best you leave. Keegan and Garrett, and Boy, of course. This is their time. Nothing you can do. Move on.
We will. Just saying our last goodbyes.
Okay. And they stay, but they're close now. Just 10 feet or so away.
I'll pull out 200 gold worth gems that we got somewhere during our travels. And I'll give one to each of them and say, how about you turn around for 5 minutes?
Okay, so what I'm going to say for this is, I know you characters don't personally believe, but these people do believe that it is vital that someone is sacrificed. But 200 gold pieces is a fairly big incentive. So I'm going to say the advantage from the sheer size of the gems, counteracted by the disadvantage that they truly believe that Oriel might be appeased by the sacrifice, is going to be a straight persuasion check.
Well done.
Aw.
Any inspiration or anything you got, Theodore?
No. My first persuasion roll.
What was that speech you gave before? Oh, I'm going to get proficient in expertise and persuasion. I'm going to be the master of this. Follows it up with a natural one.
Aw. This is a bit sad.
They hand
Keegan,
the gems
you're
back.
screwed.
They hand the gems back and say, "This is too important to our town. Our only hope is to sacrifice." Keegan and Garrick understood this. While I know what you're doing, I'll at least pay you the common courtesy of not letting the speaker know that you tried to bribe us. But you do need to move on now. And they hand the gems back.
Well, it wasn't so much a bribe as it was an investment. We had to try.
Still. Well, Garrett and Keegan, it's been a wonder to have met you.
They nod. And you see some tears starting to stream down Keegan's face, but they instantly freeze on his face. Garrett continues to hold his hand, and Boy curls around his feet. And you can tell now he's already the frostbite's starting to kick, and he's shivering uncontrollably, turning slightly blue. What do you guys do?
Come on, let's head off, Theodore and Garrus.
Garrosh, could you threaten to kill Boy if he doesn't come with us?
Don't think that will work, but
Yeah, that was stupid, even for me. So
Maybe I could. I'm whispering. Maybe I could hit the two guards in the head. And we would have enough time to steal Keegan.
it's okay. I think I have a plan. We could
Okay.
stacks and do something.
We are leaving. Goodbye.
And Keegan and Garrett, they're very much worried about each other. They give you a cursory wave as Keegan continues to shiver. And the guards watch as you leave. Yes, Stella, Stex.
Is this the same day as we found the Wand of Orcus?
No, because you spent the night.
next day, I think.
Next day.
Yeah, you spent the night
Then
in
I'm
Rime.
gonna take 3 animals out of my grey bag.
Okay.
Which isn't very impressive this time, sadly.
3, 2, 2, that would be a badger and 2 giant rats. Okay.
I will tell the creatures to run up to the guards and chase them away. Attempt to chase them away.
Let's look at some stats. This is just a normal badger, right? So
Yeah, the badger is not very important. Mostly the giant rats are just attacking or hissing at the 2 guards.
okay, so a giant rat. Just looking up the stats, it's not very impressive here. In fact, that's what a giant rat looks like. You should see a handout under creatures and NPCs. Creatures called giant rat. So it's a CR 8 creature. Plus badgers, which would be even less. So was it 2 rats or 2 badgers?
2 rats.
2 rats, yeah, 2 rats. So that's better for you. Let's have a look up. Sure, there's a guard stat. Have a look. Oh, actually. Oh. The two people guarding you have the class of veteran, which is a challenge rating 3. So it's going to be a challenge rating 3 versus challenge rating, was it 8, the court or whatever? I will give you a slim chance of this plan working, Stacks.
I'm going to use mine as well, if it's when it's not obvious I'm doing it.
Okay, well, what does happen is this badger and these two giant rats charge these two veteran soldiers. Are they scared by them? Probably not. Just roll me a straight D20, Stacks. Yeah, they come and they take a few bites out of the guards. They're a little bit damaged, but I don't even need to roll for this. It's they massacre the giant rats and the badgers. They weren't at all intimidated by them. If you'd rolled werewolf, the dire wolves or something, would have been a different story. But
Yeah,
fortunately
that's what I was hoping for.
I still have mine though. Am I out of obvious view of the guards? Or seeing anyone seeing?
Well, I believe you said you were heading away, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, everybody except Stack starts heading, we'll say, towards Tourmaline, down that road. Down this way. Actually, Bryn Chandra, down this road here. And yeah, you get out of sight. It's not particularly hard given the horrendous weather that's thundering down.
Alright. I'm gonna pull out. Let's see what I get. Ooh.
Higher the better.
So, direwolf and badger and panther.
Panther. Look up panther. The direwolf is pretty good. Is that panther stats? Oh, there it is. So panther is CR quarter. So still not great, but it's a panther, and this kind of looks out of place here as well. What was the other one? Giant elk.
Giant elk. Sorry.
Giant elk is challenge rating 2. Okay, so for some reason, an elk, a panther, and a badger start attacking these guys. Roll me a d20, Stello.
Ooh.
The guards hightail it back inside the town.
Ooh.
Get reinforcements! Get reinforcements! And they run back in town. The creatures chase them in, and they shout out reinforcements.
Now,
So now, for the
guys,
first
hurry.
time, you're alone with Keegan and everybody else.
I will cast sleep on them.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. Let me just get their exact stats. Think. Okay, so well, roll your sleep thing. We'll see if it might not even matter. Throw your D whatevers.
I believe
And just gonna get the stats for these guys.
for some reason
yeah.
it did sneak attack.
Oh, okay. That's not helpful. Okay, so what is your roll? You rolled a 23. The sleep spell, I don't think you get to determine targets.
No, from high to low, I believe, or low to high.
Yeah,
High to low.
Yeah, but you can't pick them out, right? It's just every creature in there. Yep, so
Yeah, but
Boy, Keegan, Garrick all fall asleep.
Nice job, Stax. Let's get him on our X-Beaks and rush off.
okay, we need to drag a trail, leave some blood, make the rope see that like they're chewed through, just to make them think it was the beast. Get the panther to do it. We need to be quick about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the panther starts chewing through the rope. The rope is now chewed through. What else do you do?
We kill the panther. No, we attack the panther. No, sorry, wait.
I command you to hold still, beast.
I'm gonna take my great knife and I guess kind of slice it to create blood and scatter it about.
Okay, it's going to have to be a pretty sizable cut to get the amount of blood I think you want. So are you in fact killing the panther? Or just
No,
giving it
just giving it a slice to get enough blood.
Okay, that would be a survival check for me to see if you can hit just the right spot so it doesn't die, but lots of blood comes out. Some blood comes out.
If I see it's not enough blood, I'll just kill it.
Okay, easy enough to do with a surprise. So why did I get summoned in the first place? Yeah, it does consider you friendly, but at the very least you're going to get a surprise attack on it. So I'm going to say it's trivial to kill this panther. You all get a free round of hits against it. It's not going to survive that. So the panther dies, and there's plenty of blood around now. I'm still going to have to get someone to make a survival check to, do the trail of blood to make it look not just like the pool of blood that it is threatening to become. So
can I do
check.
it with the aid of Othello?
Sure can.
We're gonna have to work quickly.
And I'll guide myself for this. Because I can do that.
Ooh. Okay, so you feel you do a pretty good chance of it. But the only thing, pretty good job of it, the only slight problem is you're not sure whether the guards are going to come back and see this ruse. There is a slim chance of it happening. I'm going to have you, Stax, roll a d10, and you don't want a 1. Roll a d10, and you don't want a 1.
You said that last time.
Yeah, just wanted to make it clear. So the guards haven't yet emerged. The panther blood is out there. The rope's are frayed. You've got slumping forms of 2 humans and a dog on a X-Beaks. And I assume you get the hell out of there.
Command the X-Beak to, I assume it's large enough to pick up the panther in its mouth and dash off with it as well. Leaving him the trail.
Make an animal handling check. Nah. X-Big says screw you, it's not picking up some damn dirty panther.
Okay.
I won't
I can take it. I can take it.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me grab it. I'm just gonna leave a long dragging trail behind us, just far off into it. I'm gonna walk half an hour. I'm gonna take off my coat and give it to Keegan.
Okay.
To keep him warm, and I'll meet you up on the road.
So you're off the X-Big and dragging the panther behind you, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm just gonna take as much time to create a really realistic trail that looks like a human being dragged away, or 3 creatures if I've got a bit of time.
Okay. Survival check. See how well you do it. Yes, you can guide yourself if you want.
Yes, I shall.
Okay, 20. So Stax, you go and you drag it. You kind of more or less half carrying, half dragging it as well, in the way that you imagined a large beast would have carried out these things. And there's a nice blood trail. It splatters, and every so often, at the start, there's quite a few, a lot of blood dripping out of this poor panther. But eventually, it runs out of blood, and the blood trail becomes less and less and less. You've done it in such a way that you feel you've hidden your footprints as well. And then you make your way back to your party, feeling... once again, I think with a 20 survivor, you do a pretty good job of hiding your tracks. I mean, it's not aided in any small way by this terrible weather that's worse than usual. And you make your way back to them. You do know... you're not sure. I mean, you all felt you've done a good job. But you feel there will still be the suspicion. Maybe the animals got these guys? Maybe those strangers from out of town have played a ruse on us. So you're not sure if your ruse has worked or not, but you feel confident that it perhaps has.
As long as we stay away from Targos for a while, I think we should be okay.
We need to later notify Garrett that Keegan is still alive. I mean, we can get a place for Keegan in Brinshinder. That won't be a problem. We have the resources, and it's a friendly town.
Are we taking them all with us?
I think we've got Keegan as well. He was...
That was my understanding. Keegan, Garrick, and Boy all fell asleep. So you can leave them behind if you like, but I thought you were taking them all with you.
Yeah, I think we can take them all. Set them up in Goodmead or somewhere.
Yeah, Brinshander's friendly, Goodmead is even friendlier, Lonelywood maybe. We have options.
Not Tourmaline?
We'll take it over one day. Have the speaker work in the mine. But yeah, I guess we're off to Brinshander for starters.
Interesting decisions.
I think Brinshander is home to us mostly at this point.
Okay. Almost as a sign, perhaps you did something good in this world of Icewind Dale, where there seems to be nothing but misery around you. Maybe, just maybe, you've saved a sacrifice to Oriel. But maybe this is what Oriel wanted, was a sacrifice, after all. But good decision, guys. I think you can all have an inspiration for that. I was really... I mean, no one wanted... everybody, including the sacrifice, wanted the sacrifice to go ahead, and you took great risk. And perhaps save them. And you still need to talk to them when they wake up at some point, because they were all for the sacrifice, so that'll be interesting. But you do make your way back to Brinshander. The dark gates open for you again. They do recognize you, and you are well respected. You feel that you've done some good in this world. Are you just approaching with these guys strapped over your back asleep, or what are you doing?
I think we should all just take one in front of us and just hold them up, just asleep.
Okay. All right.
Just like a small kid riding in front of you.
Okay, so you the gates open for you for Brinshander. The guards they give you a nod, and you enter in. And that is, in fact, I think, is going to be a good place to stop. So next week you need to deal with Keegan and Garrick and what's going to happen there. And once again, I kind of had this prepared anyway, but you guys were planning to go to follow the thing that's been bugging Stacks, correct? Check out the crash site.
The fallen ship thingy.
So down here somewhere. Okay. So we'll pick it up there next week. But thank you, gentlemen. I enjoyed playing with you. That was a lot of fun, and yes, that persuasion is now immortalized in Discord. There is a great role. Okay, thanks, guys. We'll see you next week. Take care. Bye.
See you next week.
Thank you as well.
Thank you, Malcolm.